खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। एक बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया।
बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सेम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Be it inside the game, be it in real life, success only follows when you're ready to put in the grind. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where the grind begins, because this is BGIS The Grind 2026. My name is Salty, and joining alongside is going to be Super Johnny, and we are all set for day number 2, because what a day 1 did we have, Johnny. I mean, there's so much to talk about, but the first thing which comes to my mind is all these underdog teams. They've definitely surprised us, haven't they?
I mean, definitely. A few names in particular, starting off with Los Hermanos, Team Alpha doing quite well throughout the entire day. Alpha in particular doing well in the last 2 Miramars, and Los Hermanos being consistent throughout the day. But you can't really discount the veterans of the community. I mean, talk about Phoenix Esports being led by Somraj in the forefront and just dominating majority of the matches they played yesterday, sitting on the 2nd position in the overall leaderboard, but still a very good performance coming out from them.
Absolutely, 71 points. We'll talk about the points when we do get the point standings. But reminds me of Phoenix Esports is a Rondo, the map, and the first competitive Rondo that we've played yesterday. I think Phoenix were absolutely flawless. Smoker was flawless. The individual gunpowder was brilliant. And today, I would love to see if they can actually replicate that performance. Was it a one-time fluke, or they can actually replicate the Rondo strategy every single time?
Yeah, hey man, I mean, it's all going to go down to the same statement made by Somraj last year. Take away my team, it's not going to matter, I'm still going to make it. And again, he is on his way to do exactly that. It feels like, or at least day 1 was a sign of that happening for the 2nd time in 2026, for the 1st time this year. But let's see how today turns out, because again, it was just day 1, it was just 6 matches yesterday. Now when they play the other 6 matches, the 2nd quarter of their journey in the grind, things might just get interesting.
It definitely will get interesting. But of course, in front of us will be Phoenix Esports right now. And what a team, man. I mean, it was not just Rondo, it was not just the map of Erangel. Apart from, I believe, the map of Miramar, Phoenix Esports dominated the entire day, bagging 2 chicken dinners along the way, and every single player performed, Johnny.
Exactly, as you mentioned, every single player performed, but one man in particular from the side of Phoenix was responsible for setting the stage on fire. That was Viper. Until this Miramar shenanigan happened, a drop clash between Team Alpha and Phoenix Esports, where Team Alpha first beat them up inside of the game, and then there was a little bit of a BM moment, but yeah, we're going to skip on that.
I love to see that, to be honest, but right now, of course, the head-to-head between Team Alpha and Phoenix Esports. Look at the anonymous of Phoenix Esports and Team Alpha, both of them getting 43 eliminations. Total points, of course, Phoenix Esports, they do have the upper hand, but the comeback of Team Alpha started when they decided to drop on Phoenix Esports and actually beat them out. That created that buffer to actually push forward, and Team Alpha, they did it brilliantly.
Yeah, they did it quite brilliantly, and specifically not just that game where they took on Phoenix in El Pozo and came out on top, but the other last Miramar as well. They played both those Miramar games extremely well in terms of finishes, because majority of those 43 finishes did come off of those 2 last maps.
True.
The first 4 games, yeah, they were kind of consistent, because it's not like Team Alpha is there in the top 3 just based off of the finishes that they have. They also were able to secure a decent amount of placement points, but then there are these 2 individuals that were the key players yesterday. As I mentioned, Viper from the side of Phoenix, and of course it's going to be the god of aesthetics, Adonis, from the side of Team Alpha.
Oh, the god of aesthetics. I'm pretty sure he's the god inside of the battlegrounds as well. 16 eliminations and all these new names. Of course, we've got to remind our viewers that this is not the same Viper. This is a new Viper who actually played in the lineup of CG back in the day. So for him as well to step up, in spite of having Somraj, the likes of Smoker and Simp in the team, he's done brilliantly as well. The highest top scorer from day number 1. Talking about them, it is going to be LHS who rule the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. 81 points in 3 chicken dinners out of the 6 that they've played. This is insane consistency.
Yeah, and this is something that we did not expect, to be honest. Phoenix Esports, we knew Phoenix was going to do well just because of the caliber of players that they have. Los Hermanos, though, the Brotherhood, that is kind of going through a rebuild right now, playing their first official of 2026, are on fire right now, and I would love to see this team carry forward with this momentum, because day number 1, they already start off with a 50% win rate. That itself is very impressive. Then on the third was the biggest surprise yesterday. That was Team Alpha. Shadow Blitz in the top 4. I think that happened because of that one game of Erangel, which was match 4, day number 1, where we saw Exploser drop 10 finishes in a single game. That was very impressive.
It certainly was impressive, and of course the purpose of the grind is to unearth these hidden gems, and I feel like day 1 was an absolute success because nobody knew Exploser back in the day, but with that 10 elimination game on that map of Erangel, I think he's kind of set himself up. Everybody's looking forward to see what he can actually do on day number 2. A little bit of recap if we talk about it. I think Gravity Esports, Evolution, MIZORAM, these are going to be the teams, Johnny. I am really looking forward to actually make a comeback. And I think the format of the grind is also a little forgiving, where if one day does not go well in your favor, I think you do have the chance to actually make a comeback.
It does. I mean, you have 24 matches, especially in the grind, as you mentioned. I mean, because of that, there is opportunity to make a comeback, but you will have to wait till the next set of matches come through. Because today we are going to witness Group D, and then they go for a 2-day break because Group C is going to be playing their matches. Apart from that, I think I'll come back to Evolution MIZORAM in a bit. I'm surprised you missed out on the teams that are there in the middle pack, because we have a few interesting names. Meta NINZA.
Oh, yes.
Another former champion leading the team, but this time yesterday wasn't the best outing for them. There is GENxFM as well, who just have 4 placement points, but I believe somewhere around 30 finishes. So
30 finishes.
They are going very frag heavy, but they're still stuck in that middle pack. And of course, another wildcard team that's stuck in the middle pack right now, it's White Walkers.
White Walkers, Rivalry, a lot of these names who kind of go in with I would say a reckless playstyle, but then they haven't really been able to join the dots and actually get results at the end. But of course, predictions, ladies and gentlemen, Team Alpha for Anki, Spiro going with Meta NINZA, even Engineer YT Icy Baby going in with Meta NINZA. You went ahead with Evolution MIZORAM. Now that is a big risk, and I of course went ahead with Phoenix Esports. But Evolution MIZORAM, what was that one thing which actually struck by you? Because I feel like just 1 placement point, 13 finish points, they're lacking a little bit right now.
They're lacking quite a lot, but again, I mean, it was just day 1. Sometimes you're not having a good day, and especially when you're starting out a tournament of this scale, you're going up against some of the best names in the country. Yeah, you tend to overthink your decisions a little bit more. And especially considering, I think Rondo is a very important map. It's that one map, if you drop a 25 bomb, if you drop a 30 bomb, it instantly propels you into the top 5, the top 4. I think Evolution MIZORAM and Gravity Esports, for that matter, these 2 teams need to focus and lock down that Rondo right off the bat. If they can pull it off, it's going to make their life a whole lot easier.
I love the fact that you actually mentioned about Rondo, because I feel like the map of Rondo gives you unlimited possibilities to score high points. In fact, we were also discussing about this before we actually sat down on broadcast, that if you actually end up having a good map of Rondo, it might be the case that the rest of the teams for the next 5 games are just going to be chasing you. And we also saw one very interesting thing on the overall standings, Johnny. There's barely a difference of 18 points between the 3rd and the 14th place team. So one good game, you're back in the race once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about that one game. And that one game has to be that Rondo performance. Because as you were talking about it just a few seconds ago, if your Rondo is good, then everyone else is chasing you. That happened with Phoenix Esports yesterday, wherein they played exceptionally well on that Rondo. And then for the rest of the day, up until that last match, last Miramar, Los Hermanos was the one chasing them. In the second last Miramar, Phoenix took an early exit. Los Hermanos were able to catch up and take that first position away in the last game. So Rondo becomes very important, very critical because of that very reason. You have a lot more finish points available because of the recalls. But again, I mean, you talk about the finishes, we have to talk about Shadow Blitz, because we did mention that one game of Erangel, because of which they have kind of maintained that spot on the 4th position.
Talk about this lad, Exploser. This was the game where he absolutely popped off. I mean, I see a lot of technicalities in this lad. He knows exceptionally well on how to time his peaks and how to time his shots, be it with the assaults, be it with the shotguns. This man knows how to actually utilize every single weapon. I believe that was not just going to be a one big fluke for Exploser, because I feel like this man can actually replicate performances like that. But a very interesting fact is, for Shadow Blitz, Exploser has about 66% of finished contributions. This man is carrying the team on his back like an absolute boulder, like maybe the Greek god Zeus. But will he be able to do that, or will his teammates need to step up? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, the teammates definitely need to step up. That's not even a question. I mean, it's a team sport after all. So one man alone is not going to be able to lead the entire lineup to victory. And as you were talking about that finish contribution, yeah, the team has 24 finishes in total in the 6 games they played, out of which 10 belong to Exploser in a single match.
Yeah.
So from a single game. So that sort of a stat, I think it can skew the perspective a little bit here and there sometimes. So it is very important that Shadow Blitz today are able to find that consistency. And it's not like they need to do a lot of heavy lifting today as well. Because of that one game of Erangel, because of that one extremely well-played match, the job has become easier. Now they need to average about 6 to 7 points.
Yeah.
And I think even 5 to 6 points can keep them inside of the top 8 unless someone from the other half of the leaderboard just drops like 20 bombs back again and again, and then maybe Shadow Blitz are going to get kicked out. But if they manage 5 to 6 points per match, I think they should be good and stable inside of the top 8.
You know, I love that you actually mentioned, and if Shadow Blitz are listening, you basically have to keep your head down and grind in day number 2 as well, because you correctly pointed it out. I guess one big match can definitely skew the statistics. I'm such a numbers guy, so I just look at stats and I'm like, there's something fishy going on here. Like 67% finish con, that is a lot. But again, I feel like if the rest of the teams come up, right, talk about Gravity Esports, we saw a little bit of brilliance is coming in, especially in the first 2 games. We were talking about how Shub, being the youngest player inside of this lobby, still taking reins of being the IGL, was performing exceptionally well. I think today is going to be the day when Gravity Esports, the likes of White Walkers, are actually going to come into the mix. Coming back to White Walkers, what are your thoughts on Aditya? Because one of the most experienced players inside of this lobby, but still just managing 2 finishes inside of the entirety of the day, not really suiting his profile.
I agree with that. I mean, it's kind of weird what's happening with White Walkers right now, but I think we mentioned this yesterday as well, and of course I was talking to a few people, and I think all of us were on the same page that White Walkers is going to be that wildcard team that you can't really predict what is going to go down with them. Because on paper, if you look at the individuals that they have, it's a very solid lineup.
It is.
Right? But then again, sometimes star players all inside of the same team do not function. We've seen that happen to Revenant X Park last year. So again, White Walkers, they need to find their synergy, because yesterday they felt a little bit lost. That Rondo strategy, they were going with the default setups, that 1-3 split, but then again, whenever you're charging towards a position, you also need to make sure that it's isolated and you have rotation options available. White Walkers were struggling in terms of finding entry inside of the late game circles, and that was one of the reasons we did not even see them make it into the top 4 in even a single time yesterday.
True that.
Again, that consistency, that survival stat needs to go up, because as far as fragging or firepower is considered, they have good players. If they are able to keep even 3 players alive till stage 7 inside of any of the game, I think they will definitely start converting finishes. But one more team that I want to talk about, because we did just see that clip from Exploser a few moments ago, and that key team is 2OP Official.
Oh, yes.
Yesterday, I think in at least 4 games, 2OP Official had a position from where it was very difficult to throw the matches, and they managed to throw the game every single time.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think I still remember, at least in the first half of the day yesterday, 2OP Officials were inside the top 3, especially after their first game performance and the second game performance as well. Botfire technically was on fire yesterday, but then that slipped down very quickly. But also one more team which I want to just touch upon before we move into the first map of the day. 3 casters predicting meta NINZA. You mentioned about how star-studded lineups not being able to find synergy. We'll talk about that maybe when we actually step into the game, ladies and gentlemen, because some word in my ear says that we are heading to the beautiful map of Rondo just about now.
After the unpredictability of day 1, it's time to kick off day number 2 of the Grind BGIS 2026. And of course, we are going to kick things off on Rondo, an opportunity for all of these teams to either find stability inside of the overall leaderboard, or for the teams that are not doing so well right now to try and catch up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the flight path on our screens. In fact, flight paths on our screens, because the special thing about Rondo is sometimes you get 2 flight paths. This one is going to be starting from Bailey all the way to Jeddah City, the first one, and the second one starts from the western edge of the map, sticking towards the northwestern side, ending towards Kunsia. So, again, Rondo becomes interesting. We saw that 1-3 split Salty yesterday coming into play from a lot of these sides, but today, right off the bat, we see 2 OP going for a 2-2 split start. Now, this is very interesting.
This is actually very interesting. Now, to be honest, we've actually seen that happen on the map of Rondo, where teams do tend to go in for the fights. And now look at this. This is going to be Mysterious4. They are going head-to-head against Meta NINZA. Shadow does not have a weapon as of yet. It's just a dagger. A little bit of retaliation coming in from the other players. Fierce still holding on to his position. But one of their players, White Tiger, has been taken down already.
Well, let's see. Meta NINZA, we're just talking about them, and things are not off to a great start right now. White Tiger, as you mentioned, out of the way. But this is going to be something that Mysterious4 are looking for. Yesterday, Mysterious4 were the first team to get eliminated in Rondo. And even though they are facing a 3-way clash at the very start, they're off to a decent start. Shadow and Fierce pinned on the rooftop. Mysterious4 now switching their attention towards Gravity Esports as Osiris gets knocked and finished off.
You know, Fierce and Shadow have a very big mission on their shoulders. A 2v3 fight, which Shadow is going to miss. The shotguns do not strike. Fierce, can he clutch this out? Not really. As Mysterious4, they get the better of them. Finish all around the board. 4 eliminations already. And they get off the mark. But it seems like Apollo is already in position. He will be able to go in for those recalls. But now look at this. This is Gravity's time, and they are pushing in, Johnny.
Well, let's see though how this turns out. Mysterious4, they're going to have to recover those HP bars. First stage, I wonder if they are going to have enough utility as well to slow down the assault from the side of Gravity. No one is watching the stairs. Fragger, he needs to be careful. His teammates could be in trouble. Gravity Esports quite hesitant in terms of making this bounce. Oh, here comes the jump. Mysterious4 now looking to just choke and suffocate the players of Gravity Esports. But again, this is Rondo. Recalls are going to be available for everyone, at least at the start. So, not a lot of pressure on either of these two sides. All you get are those bonus points. Fragger, oh, just a little bit of a chip. Still quite healthy, though.
Still quite healthy, but that was risky, to be honest. This is a beautiful place nade, but he actually evades it. Both players from Mysterious4 have been taken down, and Gravity Esports, they capitalize. Brilliant timing on that third party, and now they're just left with one player from Mysterious4. Need to clean him up as well. But retaliation, look at that! Goku, 1v2! And he gets them! He gets all of them, in fact. Mysterious4, they not just eliminated the likes of Meta NINZA, but also removed the likes of Gravity Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, brilliantly done from Mysterious4. Contrasting start to what happened yesterday. Going out with no points today. At least 6 finishes converted at the very start. And as you were talking about Gravity Esports, I think they've sent Rage towards the circle all the way down south. So it should be an easy revive or recall coming through for the side of Gravity. Meta NINZA, they have switched things up since they were taken down here. They've moved towards Jeddah City. There they are. Quite close to the side of White Walkers. But Guru, he can't really do anything over here. He has to stay hidden. He's been sent here just so he can recall his teammates in case they get eliminated while taking on the players of BotArmyEsports. We saw them a few moments back.
Talking about these teams, the resets are already going to be there. You talked about Meta NINZA, who are currently inside of Jeddah City. If I pronounce that correctly, I'm not really sure. But on the other side of things, we do have a little bit of build-up happening towards Yulin as Team Alpha. They are in a position where they can be surrounded by the likes of Esport Social. 3 players right in front. They've got 3 eliminations already. Team Alpha, it's not very surprising to see this team starting on a good front, Johnny, because they ended day 1 on a brilliant note. And I think that momentum is just being carried forward. Look at this, but Punisher been caught napping. Kalyug was in a lovely little position, and he finds that frag as well. It's such a frag-heavy first half of the map of Rondo. I love this, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of Rondo. I mean, you have recalls, so you are going to try and take as many fights while you have those recalls available. But look at this Team Alpha Coffin. I don't think he has a lot of options left now. Fragger has no utility. Otherwise, a nade from here would have just converted an easy finish for him. Now he has to take that fight head on. Coffin just using that smoke wall to try and evade this threat right next to him. Doesn't really succeed though. An easy finish for Fragger.
6 eliminations on board for Esport Socials, and I love that already. All 4 players alive and healthy. They've got a lovely little position of Yulin as well. But surprisingly, Wanted is actually very far away from the rest of the squad. Now, I understand he was giving the responsibility of bring the players back. But now, since there are going to be no recalls for Esport Socials early on, I wonder how these players are going to regroup, because that much distance with so many teams trying or looking to intercept you, I don't think it's going to be an easy journey for Wanted.
Are they out of recalls already?
They didn't need one.
Yeah, sure, they are going to have recalls available. I think that's the whole point of Wanted being there towards the southeastern edge of the map. On the other side of things, I think we are seeing a little bit of a conflict happen between Los Hermanos and Evolution MIZORAM. So this is a fight that I really would like to see happening in the blue zone itself. They are going to have to travel a lot of distance. And of course, there's Shadow Blitz, Phoenix, Team Insane standing between them and the play zone right now. Los Hermanos yesterday, not the best start they would want in Rondo, by the way. Just 5 finishes. True. And I believe they were the second team or the third team to get eliminated inside of the game. But apart from that Rondo, they were good on every single map. So maybe they've gone back, figured out what went wrong on Rondo, and now are going to be better prepared. But GENxFM against 2OP. Now, that is going to be an intense matchup.
And it seems like 2OP has actually been cleaned up as well. Not really a big problem, to be honest, as Shady. And another one of his comrades, they are already in position. But I guess from the map feed that we have, Mysterious4, they are lingering quite close to them. So I just wonder if there's going to be some threat. But coming back to the point of Los Hermanos, I guess this is one of those teams who likes to take things slow and steady. They don't really go in for those bloodbath right from the get-go. They try and keep their recalls alive and potentially take the game quite deep into the final circle. I wonder if that's going to be of any use tonight, because last day they definitely could not convert it. But team of the hour, Phoenix Esports, you do see them rotating. Not a lot of engagements coming in from their side early on in this fight, in this map. Want to find out what their strategy is going to look like.
Well, let's see. Esport Social down 2 players. White Walkers right next to them, and Chris OP. That's a bad position. Aditya finds the knock. Murnox completes it. 4 finishes for White Walkers, doing quite well compared to yesterday. Here, BotArmyEsports. They still have those recalls available, I believe, considering Ernie is still hanging around the long garden, quite close to the recall tower, and the other 2 players are stuck out into the open, taking on the players of Gravity Esports towards the northeastern edge of the circle. But it's an open field. BotArmyEsports, they are not going to have a lot of options available to escape, and you look at Rage getting into a position from where he can build up some sort of pressure on the players of BotArmyEsports, forcing them to just make a run for their lives.
Yeah. A little bit of frenzy going on the finish feed as well. We just spotted Team Alpha getting struck down upon by Gravity Esports. Here we have Shadow Blitz trying to go against another one of those teams. It seems like Los Hermanos. They are in a lovely position. Dope does have the shotgun and the AUG, can be deadly, especially in the close quarters. But it is the man, the myth, the legend, our underdog of day 1, Exploser, with an explosive start yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this man has been incredible since yesterday. We were just talking about the amazing performance he delivered on Erangel yesterday. Today, kicking things off on on Rondo in fashion as well. 2 finishes already secured, and I believe with the position that they have, they can do a lot more. It's just about whether they are going to go get overwhelmed with the amounts of fight headed towards them right now. On the other side of things, 2OP official, I do not understand what this team was doing at the very start, to be honest, because 3-1 split, it makes sense. 2-2 split on Rondo is kind of interesting, because then you aren't really able to commit to those fights earlier on in the game, which is the whole point of this map. But Phoenix Esports, they are looking to take control of the center yet again, but this time there is a little bit of resistance waiting for them on the other side in the form of NINZA.
And it's also not just NINZA. I'm actually very happy for a particular team that will be GENxFM. We looked at their stats. 4 position points is what all that they had acquired from the first day itself. But now, this time around, they are at the center of the circle. And they do have the firepower to actually lead that position. But talk about NINZA. They did find their first 2 eliminations. Apollo with that 1 frag on Phoenix Esports, getting off the mark as well. NINZA, they've actually lost out on Fierce. Now, that is a tremendous assaulter, a big part of your firepower being taken out of your cavalry.
Yeah. I mean, Fierce, definitely, as you mentioned, a big player. A man that can deliver those finishes, but didn't really see that performance from him yesterday. On the other side of things, Likitha Esports on our screens as trying the level best to at least retain some control of that southern edge of the circle, try and be the gatekeepers, but problem is everyone else has already moved through. And you look at the shift of the zone, GENxFM, smack center, surrounded from every single direction. Luckily for them though, if they have concrete cover, it's going to be open fields, so they're going to be able to shoot for days, get a few extra finishes during these mid-game stages.
Yes. But I don't think they'll have to wait for long because it is going to be EVEX 2 OP. And now they start chiming in. Look at this, INF God. Did get knocked out over there, but they've actually found a little bit of retaliation as well. Return fire from Shady. The rest of the players from GENxFM as they close on up. 2 nades being cooked. Now this is not good news for Shady. Can't find this with the UMP. Has a little bit of an off angle, but no, wait. Damu did find that connection. GENxFM, 4 finishes off the board. EVEX 2 OP, they escaped from this position. They do not want to take this fight anymore. In fact, it was just 1 isolated player, was it? Or did they just go in for their recalls?
Yeah, those were 2 recalls used.
Oh.
And I think the timing of it all is just perfect because the recalls are just about to go away in a few minutes. So if they wanted to over-aggress in a fight, that was it. The only problem is they kind of missed out on 1 finish point over there.
Yeah.
A player knocked out right outside the window, but they weren't able to convert. So that is something that 2OP might be kicking themselves in the shin for. But apart from that, I like the fact that they're actually taking and making a lot of effort to try and approach these fights 2v4, 2v3. They're just trying to play with 2 players as far as as long as the recalls are available, but
yeah.
Let's see how that turns out, because not a lot of finishes inside of the game yet, and while rotating, one of the players from the side of 2OP officials was just knocked out by White Walkers. It's going to be a finish converted by White Walkers as well, so there's going to be trouble in paradise for 2OP now. And they've gone after GENxFM yet again, for the 2nd time.
Oh, no, I love this revenge arc. But also I want to take a moment and talk about you, Super Johnny. What would I do without you? We've worked together for so long. I feel like you're almost like my better half. What I don't see, he just completes me. Your eyes catch exactly what I don't see, and I love that about you.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we go back to Hangshai, where GENxFM and 2OP, they're duking it out, but there's still considerable differences between them. LHS, meanwhile, will spot the likes of Evolution, MIZORAM just rotate right past them. No shots being fired now. That is interesting coming in from LHS, because this is also one of those teams who has had insane momentum from the last 2 games of Miramar.
Yeah, but I think they are just doubting themselves because of how bad their performance on Rondo was yesterday.
How can you say that?
Rondo was
the leaderboard.
Yeah, but this was their worst map yesterday. Only 5 points in Rondo yesterday. So I think this time they just want to make sure that they do well on all 6 games instead of just like being in recovery mode for the rest of the day, because again, we've had this discussion at the start of the day that Rondo is very important because this is where you can drop those big numbers very easily. And if Los Hermanos drops a big 20-25 bomb, they're already going to be over that century benchmark. They're already going to be over 100 points in the overall leaderboard. And that means then they can pretty much bomb every single game that remains in their journey, in the grind, and still make it to round 2.
And I think they would want to do that because today, of course, like you said, the 2nd quarter of their grind journey of Group D. After this, there's going to be 2 days of Group C playing in front of us. So there's going to be a little bit of a break. And you want to have that cushion during the break as well so that you can strategize your journey henceforth. Couple of teams outside the circle. Have a look at this. Team Likitha Esports, not really the best of days yesterday. Now they are being eyed upon by the likes of Rivalry Esports. Look at that. Kairos has a man right in his side. But will the spray connect? No visibility over there. A little bit of smokes to use. But it seems like that fight is going to wait for another day. Another one of those rotations as Esport Socials, they are gliding past these beautiful trenches of Greenland. Talk about Greenland, it's always going to be a hub of warfare, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an open field, so makes it easy to get a line of fire, I guess. But over here, BotArmyEsports, it seems like they're going to be in trouble. Ernie, no! Surrounded by the players of Esport Social, and Ernie can't do anything. It is 16 minutes and 20 seconds when we have the first complete squad wipe inside of Rondo today. And surprise, surprise, it is at the hands of Esport Social.
I love this. 10 finishers already for Esport Socials. We see them making those micro errors, but then strategy is so brilliant. They go in for the recalls right at the time when they need it. And now with 10 eliminations, they are left open with 4 players surviving. We move on to another fight. This team, Alpha, they're trying to nade down upon the likes of Likitha Esports. Should not really be a difficult opponent if you consider previous performances, but this is not the best of positionings for Likitha. They're right underneath that ridge, and there's enormous high ground advantage for Team Alpha.
Yeah.
Look past this Team Insane, just going past so many teams, still surviving. Shots connecting on his vehicle. I'm not really sure how long that's going to stay intact, but Ninja OP. Well, my friend, your HP on that vehicle is not too much, but look at this! Look at the Esports! They come in for that fight. Team Alpha, they're losing bodies, and Coffin and Otis. 2 sharp performers from first aid. The other ones who need to actually bring it back, and they do so as well yet again.
Yeah, what a quick squad wipe handed down to Likitha Esports. That was a beatdown and a half. Impressive defense being put on display. But Team Alpha, they're stuck on that southern edge. They need to move up just in case the circle shifts away from them, which there is a very high probability of happening. Look at that. And now Team Alpha, we see them make that move towards Shadow Blitz as well. So that southern half of the circle is going to give us a lot of interesting moment. But look towards where the players of 2OP are right now. They've been in a conflict with the players of GENxFM for the longest of times. But now they're going to be joined by White Walkers, Rivalry, Mysterious4. Let's see how that turns out, because exiting that building once the circle eventually shifts away, and I'm hoping right now that it shifts away, it is going to be a big challenge for all 5 of these teams.
Absolutely. I'm even looking at after Mysterious4 and what sort of rotation path they find out for themselves, because if they do want to make their way inside the circle, they cannot go through those compounds. They will have to go around the circumference of the circle, potentially find an injection point from the western part of the circle. But have a look at this. Ninja OP all by himself in a 1v4 situation, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit of a nade being cooked up, but that just gives away his position. On the other side, Mysterious4, we are talking about this rotation. It seems like they just head slam inside the compound. No real rotations required, but their bodies are falling as well. Another one of their players being knocked down. This is not good news for these lads.
Oh, it's definitely not good news, and it's not looking good either in terms of what their options are. Mysterious4. 2 versus 4 situation, open field in the back from where Phoenix Esports can take a few shots in their direction and maybe cause a little bit of extra trouble for them. On the other side of things, Los Hermanos trying to find a way to push Gravity Esports away. Both the teams outside of the play zone. Well, now it's just Los Hermanos outside of the play zone. Gravity Esports, they make a break for their lives, and there comes the slam against the White Walkers. White Walkers, they gotta be cautious about this. Aditya and Guru, nades being cooked. They lob it through those windows, and well, a slam dunk. 2 players knocked out. Gravity Esports, they take a tumble, and this is gonna be it. What a play coming through. Everyone was very critical of Aditya yesterday. Well, guess what? This is what experience and composure is all about. Man has 6 finishes in this single game.
You know, he has 6 finishes, his bike has 6 cylinders, and this man is just absolutely racking up the lobby right now.
It has 4 cylinders. It's an inline 600cc.
Chalo, he has 600 in his, he has 6 in his CC, by the way, doesn't really matter. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, surprise, surprise, Evolution Mizoram, they've actually taken that duke against LHS and they've actually won that fight.
Yeah, I mean, LHS, I mean, yeah, Rondo is not their map. Let's just leave it at that. They're going to do well every single map. Miramar and Erangel, but not on Rondo, I guess.
I'm happy for Evolution Mizoram. Nonetheless, I think this is their first big fight that they've just won, and they can carry on that momentum. But as soon as I was about to say that, I just spotted on the finish feed, Aditya takes shots against another one of these lads, takes them down. So it's just 5 eliminations for 2 players who survive for Evolution Mizoram. And I don't like this position at all.
How does Aditya have a line of fire here? That's my question, though.
He has a line of fire for everything. After all, he has 4 cylinders in his bike.
There is no angle available. Look at that. Look at the map. You can see, like there's a small little ridge between them, and yeah, I guess maybe while they were moving, he might have gotten a few shots in. But anyways, I mean, White Walkers, I think their journey is going to be very difficult from here on out. Exit options are, well, close to none. Esport Social on the other side, they are controlling this northeastern edge of the circle very beautifully. If they can just somehow keep Team Alpha at bay, I think Esport Social might be on their way to a chicken dinner in this game.
And look at this right now, Rivalry. And this is a fight which is supposed to end things up for a lot of teams out there. If we do have a look at the map right now, you would see how well the teams are positioned. Absolutely nobody apart from Esport Social and Phoenix Esports inside the circle. The rest of the team, they're just trying to make their way inside, but it's so much out in the open. You're going to put yourself at risk as soon as you try and come out of your concrete covers. Meanwhile, this is going to be another 4v4 warfare between GENxFM and the likes of Rivalry Esports. And we did spot Rivalry being rather decent on the map of Rondo. This time around, will they be getting a podium finish, potentially a chicken dinner? That will only be factored upon if they do beat the likes of GENxFM, because they're standing in their way to the circle.
Yeah, and it is about to get very intense. Look at this, Esport Social, every single time someone tries to approach them, instantly turn them to a crate. But, oh no, Team Alpha, they take a fight against the players of Phoenix Esports, and Team Alpha now might have just bitten off a little bit more that they can chew. From one side, Esport Social was already causing them a lot of trouble, and now Phoenix Esports are picking off their individuals. On the other side of things, Evolution Mizoram eliminated from the game. And Shadow Blitz might be the next name taking an exit, as Nanu makes a run out into the open, and he is going to be surrounded from every single direction. But Alpha versus Phoenix, still stuck on the edge. Team Alpha, nowhere left to go. And same can be said for White Walkers, as Aditya gets knocked out, and even Guru is going to get finished off. But the finish is picked off by the players of Rivalry Esports from the backlines.
You know, their name is Esport Socials, but they're very anti-social when it actually comes to Rondo. Just dominating the circle all by themselves. Look at this fight happening. GENxFM this time around. Nades being cooked in. Huge responsibility on the shoulders of Rivalry. One player, Ayush Oji, still taking reins of this fight. It's a 1v2 for this lad. He needs to clean things up. Nades being cooked from either side. GENxFM do still have the numbers advantage. They can wrap him around from 2 different sides, and I guess that is exactly what they're looking for. The nade looked perfect, and it actually gets him, does it? Yes, it does. Rivalry have been eliminated.
Kind of an awkward exit for Rivalry, to be honest, over there. When the fight started, we thought, all right, maybe they're going to have the upper hand since GENxFM were the ones taking a beating, but then GENxFM, phenomenal performance in terms of finish conversion since yesterday. We did mention this while we were in our pre-show that GENxFM only has like 4 or 5 placement points maybe, but close to 30 finishes. And even in this game, that heavy frag performance is keeping them in a good position. That's a brilliant nade. Damage dished out onto Sketch. And Mysterious4, well, they are about to turn into a mystery themselves. He goes for the airdrop.
Ooh.
And luckily for Mysterious4, from the flank, Esport Social, they show up for a third party. Now GENxFM are going to start to panic.
There's no way Esport Social are probably throwing this game away. They have such an amazing control of the circle. They're the ones who've got the high ground as well. They literally have lines of sight on everybody. And now even helping out the lads of Mysterious4, who were stuck in a 2v2 against GENxFM. I'm not really sure how will these lads from the fearless Marathas will find their way inside the circle, because no entry is being allowed. Phoenix Esports as well. Another one of those outfits who were rather calm throughout the entirety of this fight. It seems like they have managed to find their entry inside the final circle with 3 players alive.
Let's see. Top 5. 15 players alive inside the game. Oh, and Sketch. He's going to get knocked out straight up front. Phoenix Esports not letting them through. And this time I think it's just the terrain that allows Phoenix Esports this luxury of building up the pressure on the players of Mysterious4. They're going to clear out those flanks. In the meanwhile, though, Esport Social still going after the players of GENxFM. And GENxFM, I mean, with how they were running, it felt like their attention is swinging towards all of these nades lobbed by the players of Phoenix Esports as they go ahead and eliminate Mysterious4 from this matchup. But GENxFM, they have a different world of trouble to deal with. One of their players in the backlines knocked out at the hands of Esport Social. And it is going to be an easy finish for Fragger.
This is one of the reasons why I feel like these dips that you make inside of the ground to put yourself at cover, it can also be a double-edged sword. The nades just ricochet off of those slanting positions and explodes and gives you the entirety of the damage. Phoenix Esports with that artillery barrage managed to wipe off another team. And I really want them to win this match, because if they do so, I guess my curse will be nullified. I predicted Phoenix Esports at the start of the day, so I am rooting for them, boys.
Yeah, let's see if Somraj wants to prove everyone in the competitive BGMI circuit wrong, because that's the thing, right? Everyone right now thinks that you are a bad luck charm.
Yeah, I'm basically taking up Maisie's mantle and I'm completing that relay race, but nonetheless, we'll talk about it another day, because Team Alpha and Phoenix Esports is another rivalry that we've sort of been looking to build up, and this can actually be the case. 2 versus 3 in this situation, of course. And of course, talk about 2 players. Another one of those 2 players been stuck in the middle of nowhere. GENxFM, how do they manage to find their exit? Needs to see some tag team effort from the other lads. As Coffin and Adonis being spotted. It's Wanted going in for the sprays. 3 eliminations already for this lad.
Oh, that's it. That's the 3-pointer. Straight out of Kobe's hands, if you will. What a nade coming through for Phoenix Esports. Now, towards the end game, even they are going and racking up those finishes. Esport Social, though, on the other side, 16 eliminations secured. But where do they go from here? It's a very difficult decision to make, because GENxFM, they have decent cover to work with. And if you don't go for them, if you try and charge for the players of Phoenix Esports, you get third-party from the sidelines. But Simp, he's running out of ammunition, and this is not looking good right now. Phoenix Esports, they need to end this game, and they need to end it now.
We certainly have 11 eliminations on board now. The final circle, ladies and gentlemen, as we build towards a triple threat. You've got GENxFM, you've got Phoenix Esports, you've also got the lacks of Esport Social, who kind of still control the early positions. But what a nade coming in from Viper. Once again, striking goal with that, finishing off the entirety of the team. GENxFM have been wiped off. And now we are in for the finale. Phoenix versus Esport Social. Shots from the distance coming in from Viper as he tries to track that vehicle. I love that little piece of rotation as they do come in with a slam. Oh! Simp and 2 lads go down as well. This is intense, Johnny.
It is intense, and that was intentional. He was cooking up that nade, just lobbed it at the last second, right as the crash animation happened. And Esport Social, they have kind of lost this game already, or maybe not. Somehow, out of nowhere, did they actually secure the win? I'm still going to wait for that reveal, man, because it was an incredible endgame from both these 2 sides. No, it's actually Phoenix. My goodness. It was the last man from the side of Esport Social who was hiding behind that tree, got taken out. Alright, it's difficult to track the endgame. I want to watch a replay of that.
This is the reason why we do have the final blow, Johnny. I think we need the final blow once again, because I'm pretty sure even the audience is going to be as awestruck as we were, because that finale, that duel was brilliant. Did not understand what happened, right? You spotted it with the vehicle coming in, slamming in on Simp. I think it was a nade being cooked, but
he was cooking up that nade, and as soon as that slam happened, I think he had let go of the nade. Not switched the nade, but he let go of the nade. So it just fell right on that vehicle, and that vehicle explosion got both the players of Esport Social as well.
I mean,
it got all three. So during World War II, there was a move called the kamikaze move. That was a kamikaze move from Sim.
It seems like it was the kamikaze move. We'll actually have a look at that once again, ladies and gentlemen. The final blow will come in front of our screens once again. But what a move, man. Sim just single-handedly, I believe, turned the fate of this fight yet again. And here it was. I believe it was Viper who was just pristine with those nades. Once on Team Alpha, once on GENxFM. It was flawless.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. Knocks it out, but do we get to see that? The nade placement of the nade was perfect, and this was the final shot. Wow.
That was incredible. And also, by the way, you know what's even more impressive than Phoenix winning this game? Oh, by the way, your curse is broken.
I hope all my friends from the esports community are watching.
You can take his name. You can tell this to Destro that I'm not the bad luck for you.
It's not just Destro, right? It is the entire community at this point who is up against me. So anytime I meet them in a LAN environment, they're like, stay away from us, bro. If you shake your hand, our day's gonna go bad. But Phoenix Esports certainly proved it otherwise. But not just them. What a brilliant game coming in from Esport Social, from a lot of those other teams as well. We'll talk about the points, but for now, we'll take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll come back after this. Map 1 did not disappoint, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm pretty sure Map 2 isn't going to disappoint any further as well, because right now with me I've got my best friend, IC Baby 12 with me. I love that, man. I love it whenever you come on the desk, but I see. First of all, I don't think we're missing the map of comebacks, which is Sanhok, because now we've got the map of chaos, which is Rondo. What are your thoughts about that?
You know, truth be told, in spite of all this chaos that's happened so far, Phoenix has won both their chicken dinners in Rondo in 2 different days itself. So
that is a stat.
I think that is really, really impressive. But what really surprised me is that, who is this Viper dude? Because there is a lot of Vipers coming from Phoenix. The last year BGIS, you know, Reckoning Viper was the guy to watch out for. But this Viper from Phoenix Esports, he is an insane grenadier. All of his nades has been spot on from yesterday's games and also today's games as well. So I'm very, very surprised with that.
You know, I am also very surprised because you guys are yet to get your blinder set. What are you doing? I mean, if you've actually watched the series, if you've actually watched those characters, you would know that you want to personify them inside of the game as well. What are you waiting for? Go inside of the game, get yourself the set, and I'm pretty sure Ice is going to look amazing. He looks dashing anyway. I'm not going to get
I appreciate the sarcasm, but yeah.
I have been the one trying to style this guy, and he's the one who's saying that I'm sarcastic about it. No, man, when I give you compliments, I give you from the bottom of my heart. But
thank you.
Nonetheless, coming back to our conversation, Viper, it seems like this name actually carries some weight now, does it?
I know, right? It's like somebody just slaps their name Goku and then just goes Super Saiyan all the way through. But for some reason, Phoenix Viper, he is undeniably the MVP of this match here. 7 finishes in total. His nades were spot on, and it wasn't really like a trick shot kind of scenario here, but it was more like it was just pinpoint precision. He knew exactly where each and every single players were. So that was really, really nice coming from him.
Surprisingly, it was Viper and Smoker who actually bagged 7 and 5 eliminations from yesterday's Rondo as well, which is ecstatic. Aditya was brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
White Walkers, they've actually managed to climb up the stairs, but you look at the point standings, ladies and gentlemen. Esport Social, I believe, this was a surprise package from that map of Rondo. 22 points being secured, 16 eliminations. That is not less at all. And even GENxFM, I feel like with 15 points, you get to see a little bit of that position points coming in as well. They were one of the top 3 places, and also their finished numbers were brilliant. Overall standings in front of our screen, this Phoenix Esports, they push past LHS and the defenses. They're the ones who are tying it up with their equal chicken dinners, and now extremely close to triple digits, I see.
Yeah, it is very, very close here. And of course, expecting, you know, the cut-off based on last year's performance somewhere around like 81 to 101 points here. So I think Phoenix, all they need to do is like 1 or 2 more games, and they're pretty much done and dusted for the top 8 at least to qualify for round 2 at least. No, round 3 actually.
Absolutely. But then, of course, you've got Team Alpha, you've got Esport Social, GENxFM. You've also got the likes of Shadow Blitz. I feel like this was one of those games where we did get to see Exploser kind of pulling up his individual tricks, but then as a team, they still kind of faltered once again. And this is a conversation that me and Johnny were having at the desk initially. This man has about 67% of the finished contribution of this team. Without Exploser, the rest of the team is not keeping up. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, again, it is a team game, right? But I think Rondo is a little bit hard to gauge whether or not what should be done as well. I like the fact that the integrations for today's maps has been a little bit cleaner for some of the teams. Because yesterday, if you base on Rondo, it's the first Rondo here. A lot of teams have not played it yet. And by the first 2 circles, you have 2 to 3 teams eliminated right from the get-go. So adaptations has obviously been made as well. People are starting to take advantage of like the recall towers, sending 3 people to hot drop and then 1 guy to just play safe and hope for recall towers. Which again, it is a lot of homework that needs to be done, because the 1 guy that you are sending to recall tower may be challenged as well. So there is going to be a lot of big question marks that happens in Rondo. But again, that's going to be for another day to worry about.
Yeah,
I want to talk a little bit more on the teams that are doing well in particular here, because I did see improvements coming from White Walkers. Like you said, Aditya, 2nd MVP player from that match, and his nades has been really, really spot on as well. His warehouse defense, I don't know how he did it, but he took them all out. It was pretty cool.
I think it all comes down to experience, I guess.
Yeah.
Knowing where these players are going to be positioning, to try and ricochet your nade off the wall, to try and find the right angle. It's not just talent, it's not just skill. I believe it's being there in the battlegrounds time and time again. But White Walkers, the rest of the players do need to pull up their socks as well. But now that we are heading on to Erangel, I guess this team will now have to utilize every single player. No more recalls, no more second chances. It is going to be you drop in and you survive till the end. The last man survives after all, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel in your screens right about now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 for day 2 itself here for BGIS 2026, the grind phase. As of yet, this is going to be Group D, and we are going to be taking off from the flight itself here as we start things off with Erangel itself today. Match 8 on its way, and it seems to me the flight path is going to be coming from a southwestern corner, traversing all the way to the northeast here. And of course, when it came down to his Erangel as well, especially when day 1 actually happened as well, we saw a huge skew all the way towards the top of the map when it comes to circle. And it has been all over the place here as well. And based on yesterday's game so far here, we had 1 in shelter, we had 1 very, very close towards Yasnaya as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it somewhere around shelter or Yasnaya again. But I personally want to see a Georgia one at least.
We'll find out where the circle does land, but like you mentioned, I love to see those shoreline circles because it does test these teams to their extremities, whether or not can you make that rotation. We saw a couple of those teams Meta NINZA in particular, when they got stuck by BotArmyEsports towards that Novo region, while the circle was up top, on top of Severnis, and they completely faltered. So you've got to be prepared for every single situation that this game throws at you. And I think a couple of some teams, they are doing so as well as the circle does pop off, ladies and gentlemen. I love this. On towards Milta Power, Nova up. No, I look at the amount of water it covers.
This is such a difficult circle to play here. Yes, arguably 60% is going to be on north side here as well, but if it decides to scam ahead towards Novo, everybody's stuck outside. So camping the bridge is going to be one of the biggest factor here to punish teams who is going to be looking to swing by from military base. Tendency is a little bit lower here, but it does give you some sort of security to work with, knowing that majority is going to be coming from the north side. So that's going to be a little bit of guess. But I'm surprised as well. I was expecting a little bit more drop clash coming from Rivalry as well as EVX2OP, maybe even Gravity as well. But for Mysterious4, now, this is where things get a little bit tricky because Mysterious4 is the team that has, well, not the team, I mean the brand itself has somewhat always found their way to qualify into its officials. Especially for last year.
Absolutely agree with you, I guess.
But they won yesterday. I don't know. What happened to their original roster?
I mean, the original roster got picked up by someone else.
Fair enough.
But the fact is, just 3 placement points from first day itself, but 17 elimination. This goes to show that I think Mysterious4, the only thing they need to work out on is going to be their finishes. And look at this finishes game coming in from Likitha Esports.
Oh!
Good shot coming in from Sukuna.
Oh, go for
Finds Dope, one of their most important players of LHS. Now, this is supposed to be their map. LHS, they're not really the greatest on the map of Rondo, but if they do stand a chance in Erangel, I guess they can make amends, can chase back for that first spot on that overall standings if they do want to end things that way. But have a look at this. Dope. I guess he's kind of been left back. Likitha Esports not taking any risks whatsoever. They did get that knock. They're like, all right, fine, get him the revive back. We do not want to take this fight so early on.
I think it's smart. Like, it's really, really smart. Like, great job towards L2 and also Zyrex as well because their cover fire was just so spot on. And then when they actually suppressed them as well, you can see that, oh, Likitha was like, oh no, we wanted to actually fight this, but at the same time, they were running out of ammunition as well. The return fire from Los Hermanos actually able to pick up Dope. So nice little saves coming in from Los Hermanos, but it does stop them in the overall rotation to their usual spots here. Likitha, they may have committed to it, but unfortunately for Sukuna, nice shot, but no confirmation.
I loved his shot, man. I guess, you know, when you're driving down a Porsche, it's always difficult to shoot down your opposition as well, but that is what you've got to do when you're in the battlegrounds. You've got to be playing well, but more so you've got to be looking cool as well, and you can actually look pretty cool when you get that Porsche for yourself. But nonetheless, we go back to the game. Majority of these teams, everybody is going in for those hard rotations because they know this is the circle that you have to capture. Otherwise, if you are delayed in your rotation...
Do you know I have something that may sound hurtful, but it is in the actual fact that it's based off last year's BMSD?
Go ahead.
Phoenix is currently sitting on 97 points.
Alright.
That's the point that Revenant X-Pac got, but could not qualify in the next phase, even though we thought they were qualified.
Wow.
That's such a painful memory, huh?
That is not a painful memory. That is a very hard superstition that you've just brought up upon, man. There is no coordination between this 97 and that 97. But still, I'm going to take your word, man. I guess I'm just going to carry it forward. Phoenix Esports, please qualify. But at least they did one thing. Nullify my curse. Getting that chicken dinner. I did predict them in the first half. But look at this. Meta NINZA engaging in a fight. And look at that, they're actually doing good as well. Ghost was pretty brilliant from last day, but this time around, GENxFM, they get wiped off. Meta NINZA are brilliant in those firefights. In fact, their positioning and their micro shot calling was spot on.
Well, speaking of which here, seems like Likitha Esports, they're just going ham on everything so far. But for all things considered here, Los Hermanos, they were on the hunt. They were pushed back by Likitha Esports, and I'm really surprised that Los Hermanos is looking to get in early as well, considering that they don't really have a lot of ammunition. Dope is still under-looted as well. They're still on the run, and it seems like they're just going for a hit and run, hoping to get a piece on what Meta NINZA has gotten themselves here.
Exactly. I think I kind of agree with you there. I think it's not about taking the fight early on. It's Meta NINZA and LHS eyeing for that same spot on the map, which is close towards the northwestern part of Milta Power. Supposed to be the circle going that way as well. These athletes, they have played this game so much, they can understand, but look at that spray from Ninja OP. Nothing short of a ninja trick over there. Did find the knock and the confirmation as he gets off the mark, but Meta NINZA, they will have to run away from this fight as soon as they possibly can. Did not anticipate that shot coming through, but now they're left with a man shot.
Insane shot though. That was some insane tracking. Like, it wasn't an easy shot as well, considering how the windows are a little bit smaller.
Would you agree with me that BGIS, the Grind 2026, the skill sets have gone past the ceiling that we saw in 2025? There's enormous improvement from these undergods.
I agree. I saw your post. I definitely agree. You've also made very, very good statements.
That I do all the time, no?
But I do not want to have a bro is pro moment.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, you know, we know. Not gonna publicly call it, but
again, this time around, I guess Craft has taken specific measures to actually not let that happen. But nonetheless, we'll find that out. One for the future. For now, Phoenix Esports, Somraj taking shots against EveX2 OP. First match, not the best that he would personally like it. We saw an early elimination coming in from Somraj, but the rest of the team just went on. And I guess this match, this man wants to find some numbers behind his belt as well.
now, speaking of which, seems like Los Hermanos, they are expecting a little bit of company here. Even Phoenix Esports, they are actually going to be dodging shelter. But let's take a look at the replay on how Meta NINZA went in towards a skirmish with GENxFM. Seems like GENxFM actually threw a hard stop out in the open, and Meta NINZA actually picked them all apart bit by bit. It's just such a very unfortunate fight to be in, considering that, yes, you're pushing up high ground in the hills, you do have vehicles, but vehicles are at a disadvantage because you're pushing up a slopey hill. It does not have the quick speed, so it's easier to track.
Yeah, true that. One thing which is extremely difficult to track is where on earth is the circle going to go, and look at that hardship. I love you, BGMI. I love you, circles. Whoever is... You know, I know it's RNG, but if we can personify this person who decides the circuits, I love you because
you know what, Salty, I called it. I didn't want to jinx it, but oh god damn, this is one of the hardest circles to play.
You mentioned that teams are going to be scammed, and it seems like teams are getting scammed here, but for now, it is going to be Phoenix Esports who are spamming those bullets against the likes of Team Alpha, because that is a rivalry which you cannot forgive. Even Team Insane Esports will be around that vicinity as well, but have a look at this.
You can see the panic that is setting in every single player's movement right now. Maybe not for Naman, but even then it's like, guys, we gotta go. Everybody is looking for position. You can see everyone just skedaddling their way through, not looking to take fights. But if they do take fights, that means they're gonna get stuck outside of the playing field. So it's gonna be really difficult here. So I'm curious to see how BotArmyEsports is going to be playing, because they were the only teams that has crossed the breach. And how well are they going to defend? Are they going to defend the Novel Port, or are they going to defend the bridge itself?
Good point, I guess. One of the most important games for BotArmyEsports as well. We saw glimpses of brilliance from the past day, but they're still quite low in the overall standings. Have a look at this though, Shadow Blitz. They are in the midst of an engagement right at the northwestern periphery of the circle. We've got a couple of these players from Phoenix Esports who come in hot from that chicken dinner of Rondo. Smoker, of course, one of those MVP players. You can always rely on him. Be it as an IGL, be it as a fragger as well. From the backline, Shadow Blaze, they do come in. The first knock is there. Phoenix Esports. It seems like it was not the best of positionings for them.
Can't really do too much here, considering it was pretty much surrounded as well. And Shadowblades finally makes the call to just slam whoever. As of yet, Shadowblades, they do have very, very high finish rates as well. So that's something that is kind of in a questionable area, right?
You know, I mean, I'm so sorry to interrupt you over there, but one thing which did not really make sense was why was Phoenix Esports not together, and why was Smoker all by himself in that warehouse? I mean, you do know that you're trying to take a fight against a pretty good opposition. You need to have that manpower up there. Nonetheless, talking about manpower, Mysterious4, they're going to get their players back online. Team Alpha, once again, this time around, charging against Evolution MIZORAM.
Oh, beautiful shot there coming from Ralakon. Now, can they get the confirmation is going to be the question here. Evolution, MIZORAM, they've got them pinned. There's going to be 2 knocks here from Team Alpha. Perfect time to take them out and then move on into the zone. They need those points. But it seems like the slam is going through Team Alpha. They have one player pretty much stranded away. Punisher is inside. They're going for the recall. He's going to get forced in. He somehow holds on. That's going to be 1 knock, but he gets the 2nd knock as well. Evolution, MIZORAM, they're crumbling. They've got 2 knocks. They need to push up as well. But at the same time, Punisher on top. Still somewhat... Wait, did he just bleed out to the zone? He may have... What?
It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me, Evolution MIZORAM. I'm so sorry, but I was really happy with the fact that finally this team is actually going aggressive. They got themselves the first 2 knocks and they decided to push up, but then that push was so chaotic. Players just lining up to the crosshairs of Team Alpha, one after the other, and that is technically not right.
Can we get a replay on that? Because technically, you know, Evolution is... Oh no, they just lost everybody. Alpha just single-handedly dismantled everyone from Evolution MIZORAM. Because I'm pretty sure we did not have an angle from Alpha. He was a little bit far off. But I think he naded through the window from the back lines.
Yes.
And then somehow knocked Punisher as well. And then taking everybody out. So I was at loss. Because it felt like Evolution MIZORAM should have won that.
In my opinion, I'm not really a big expert of the game, but I feel like it was Punisher's strategy to actually go down there, understand what these players from Evolution MIZORAM are doing, and to help Alpha find the perfect spot for the nade itself. It was a suicide mission, like, in my opinion.
Personally, I feel like him getting the 2 knocks was great.
Yeah.
But I did not see how he got knocked. That was such a weird moment because he felt like he got out. It was only 2nd circle. And the zone was not really that painful, apparently. So there's a lot of question marks for me.
Question marks for Team Alpha, question marks for Team Evolution MIZORAM as well. And it seems like Evolution MIZORAM, their journey at the bottom of the leaderboard is going to continue. I really want this team to perform because in their regional tournaments, they have been brilliant. It seems like the firepower aspect of their game is kind of getting hampered, especially inside of the lobby of the grind. But this is where you can learn and adapt. You do have the time. You are still going to play those 2 match days. You still have 4 more maps to go. And in fact, today itself, you've got 2 more wrangles left. So, enough opportunities for them.
Let's take a look at this replay first. Initial fight, Ralakon took 1 down. There was 2 guys. The down is pretty much taken out as well. Punisher went in, and then he had to defend and take 2 out with him. But after that, he was running out on top there. He actually got traded off. From where? From Oxygen. Oh, outside. Okay. And then Alpha came in with Nate and took him out. All right. Now it makes a little bit more sense. So Oxygen actually took him out. I thought he got 3 players.
I mean, Oxygen is supposed to be supporting life, but this time around, it was actually taking like a life away from him. Nonetheless, talk about the circle, ladies and gentlemen. Move on. Team Alpha and Evolution MIZORAM both suffering losses over there, but Alpha might actually make his way inside the circle. But this time around, we were talking about BotArmy and their positioning, and it still seems to be absolutely perfect. We were talking about these splits where every single player holds on his own ground. I'm not sure if BotArmy will be able to convert that, but as of yet, the rest of the teams, they are going to be battling in for a space inside the circle, and Rivalry and Shadow Blitz duking it out. Couple of finishes for Kairos, and this man has been actually rather brilliant for Rivalry. On the map of Rondo as well. He was successful. Another beautiful spray coming through as that Lamborghini getting absolutely dashed out. Smokes all across the board as Shadow Blitz, they're trying to leapfrog their way in. They cannot take that fight as they've suffered too many losses. And Catalyst is the last man standing.
Yeah, that was a very interesting one as well. But at the same time, Meta NINZA also getting taken out. That's eliminated. That's very, very unfortunate for them. But somehow teams has found their way to push their way inside the zone, which is great. Phoenix going to be running through the bridge, and I think White Walkers actually scouted them as well. And they're still debating whether or not they want to hunker down going for the spray. Seems like White Walkers, they're split off 2-2. They have different angles here. Phoenix pretty much stuck on the side of the bridge with no vehicles whatsoever. A very tough battle there. And right underneath Phoenix, we have EVEX2 OP official. But Sombraj says, you know what, Vegito, you don't need to spray. All I need are just taps, taps, taps. And he gets the knock. That might be the opener that Phoenix needs to actually push through.
Oh no. This is bad news. This is extremely bad news. It's Mysterious4. They are possibly looking at a gold mine struck. Right here, you've got two teams who are swimming past their ways toward the shoreline, and all you've got to do is spot these players out and take them out. Fraganoob as well, brilliant positioning from this lad. The first team that he's going to encounter will be the lads of Los Hermanos. First shot, kind of whiffing it a little bit, but the knock will still be there. Fragan needs to kind of heal himself up, but LHS are losing bodies, and this is not good news at all.
Los Hermanos, they're pretty much pinned as well. Esport Social goes for the knock, and do they get those confirmation? Nope, it's actually Mysterious4 also on the sides there, actually picking off Phoenix. And there's just so many fishes in the seas right now. Salty, this is an absolute pandemonium map. Everyone is struggling to get into zone. Los Hermanos, only Shogun remains, and even then, Insane is right beside them.
Yeah.
And Mysterious4 on the other end, and then we've got Esport Social on the other end. Is oh my goodness, it's just so much gatekeeping happening.
The zone actually forced this, right? You've got too many fishes, but you've also got too many fishermen as well. You've got GENxFM, you've got Mysterious4, you've got Esport Social, and now you've got Rivalry as well, just moving around with the vehicle. So smooth in that execution of White Walkers as they get taken down. Just suffered that one casualty, but he can still get brought back. I love this from Rivalry Esports. A lot of question marks were, of course, raised against Arklin and his eye-shielding capabilities, but it seems like it's not too bad.
Rivalry is doing pretty good as well. That was a very calculated slam.
Yeah.
White Walkers just stood no chance at all. But at the same time here, it seems like the circle is going to shift on towards the west side of Novo. We see Likitha and Shadow Blitz having some sort of control, but BotArmyEsports, they're just taking the high grounds from the southwest corners. So they are going to be playing for the end zone here. But Phoenix, look at this. Viper finds Eve2 OP official in under the sea. Takes him out. Gets the point. But they're still scrambling to try to cross through. And Goku, he spots him out. He is going to line the side here. He's going to be out and open. And that's going to be straight down. Viper down. But not out yet. But Phoenix, only Somraj remains. So that means Viper is pretty much done and dusted.
He is pretty much done and dusted. There's no way Somraj actually gets him back online. But what remains to be seen is, can Somraj himself stay alive? Because Rivalry is actually marking that entry of that zone. Have a look at this. I guess Rivalry will get spotted, but Somraj, he will refrain from taking those shots. Cannot utilize that as soon as he gets spotted. This is an opportunity for Ayush OG, an easy cleanup. Rivalry Esports, one more finish in the bag as 7 eliminations get stacked up on their scorecard. On towards the other side, it is going to be Alpha making his way inside the zone, but have a look at this. Right up front, it is Team Insane and M4 duking it out. Not the best of places for Alpha to actually make himself seen, but
Did they not see him?
I don't think so. They are completely pincered on taking this fight against Team Insane. First member does get knocked out. It is Naman in the front lines. The nades do land right on the money, but from the back lines, it is going to be Rivalry, and I love this. Can be an insane third-party opportunity. Can get both the teams out. Rivalry Esports, if they do time this to perfection. And now both the teams, Mysterious4 and Team Insane, they are in shambles, I see.
Oh my goodness, perfect timings as well. They know they're all engaged in combat. This is the perfect time to come through. Alpha tried to be the Kryptonite, but no! Instant 2 tabs with Naman. Takes him out. Shut down. But Goku is going to continue on with this push here. But he doesn't have a way to go up. The zone is about to engulf him. Oh no, he's gonna be dead here. He walks right into the traps of Insane. Neo takes him out. But at the same time, the zone, look at this. They have to push out. They're so low. Sketch gets scouted out. Maxus takes him out. But Team Insane, time is ticking. They have to keep running through. But Rivalry, they're just waiting. They're just waiting and gobbling them all up. All the fishes, they climb up ashore. As they get completely denied there. Naman finds a small little tree, but the zone is still slowly closing in. And Rivalry is going to keep going at it. 9 finishes in total here, Salty.
Rivalry is actually doing what I expected Bot Army to do, right? Farm these aura points for yourself, farm these finishes, find yourself in the best of positions and just go ham. A couple of their players will get knocked out. Kairos touching that 5 finish pointer, but there's still a lot more job to be done. Ayush will be sacrificed, but that's still fine, I guess. They're going to make their way inside the circle, not a lot of distance to cover. But shots are coming through against him, and I'm not sure from where. Is it Catalyst, or is it the likes of Likitha Esports? Or is it Bot Army from up top, because they have an enormous height advantage?
Yeah, they have been laying low for quite some time here. They've played the endgame really, really well. They've conserved their ammunition, they've conserved their mass, they've conserved their helmets as well. But still, they haven't exactly made their mark yet. And that's going to be a problem here. They have the highest vantage point, but all they need to do is get those secures. But as of yet, Shadow Blitz, they are in the compound. They're pretty much safe. But as soon as Bot Army picks this, Likitha Esports is taking jabs themselves as well. They do have a decent compound on their east side of this map. So BotArmy Esports, once again, forced in the situation where they do have the high ground, but they just can't pick out because everybody is paying attention towards them.
I guess they will have to take their split exit strategy. Can't let everyone rotate at once because that just invites so much attention. Esport Social also on the move, slightly outside the circle, trying to mark these exits, making sure there's nobody in the backlines before they actually proceed inside. Now that is insanely technical. This time around as well, the first game was brilliant. 6 eliminations on their board. It just has lost to 1 player. And I guess Rivalry, who are going to be their biggest competitors in this matchup, they're going to suffer more as well. BotArmy Esports, insane visibility, but when will they take that exit? When will they make their way inside the circle is still my question.
Well, it takes time here. Only time can tell as the circle closes in. Esport Social, they're not exactly in zone, but they're looking for the opportunity to make a pounce onto his BotArmy Esports. And as of yet, this play might be a little bit risky. And BotArmy Esports, they are going to try and intercept this. Fragger, going to be out in the open. Trying to bait some sort of reaction there. But BotArmy Esports, they're not overcommitting to this. As Esport Social is just toying around, adding pressure. But doesn't want to risk this as well. Zone is about to come in. BotArmy Esports, they have to make a play. And the nade comes in, claps onto his wanted. And it seems like BotArmy continues on with those nades, but no connection so far. Nice little baits here. Forces out a lot of utilities. But Esport Social, they're still out in the open. And as you can see, they're a little bit hesitant here to push inside the zone, knowing that Likitha Esports on those compounds has clear line of sight on them.
Absolutely. And I don't think they are going to be pushing into the zone just yet. They will have to go around the circle, potentially just rotating around that periphery and just look for those safe angles. They do have that support of the ridge, but this high ground on BotArmy is going to threat them for a while now.
You can see, like, Esport Social, they're just so aware, right?
They're
like,
panicking at this point.
If they go down, yes, they have cover from Likitha, but that means free shots from BotArmy Esports.
Yeah.
But if you push onto his BotArmy Esports, it's free shots from Likitha Esports. So they are just putting the situation where they're hoping that their circumstances gets better when BotArmy Esports is forced to reposition from those positions here. So there's only 2 choices BotArmy Esports has. Slam down or stay up on top.
I think that was the perfect analogy. They're waiting for circumstances to get better, potentially waiting for Rivalry to actually take that fight to Likitha Esports right now, who hold a beautiful compound for sure, but that is outside the circle as of yet, which means Likitha will have to push inside, leave their safe haven, and that is exactly where Esport Social can open fire. Rivalry, on the other hand, they have control of the northern part of the circle. The edge is in their control. They still have those 3 players up and running, so they're nothing short of firepower as of yet. But I absolutely wonder, what is BotArmy doing? Why are they not taking advantage of their situation right now?
Yeah, they just have a lot of high ground to work with. Like, the only reason why everybody's at a stalemate because BotArmy Esports is still up here. And so far, not a lot of confirmations yet. And you can see Esport Social, they're getting flagged in. And right now, Esport Socials, they have to push inside the zone. And they are getting forced out in the cover as well. So it's going to be even tougher here. But of course, BotArmy Esports, biggest threat for everybody else. Ammunition is starting to wean off as well. But it seems like Esport Social, they are expecting a little bit more company here from Likitha, as the hovercraft is being played as well. Rivalry losing Kairos from the other end. Esport Social is now or never. The zone is coming in. Wanted, setting up for those smokes. Up or down. Seems like the call is going to be pushing up onto BotArmy Esports, and they are going to go for the push.
They certainly are, right? Esport Social, they're climbing up the stairs, climbing up the mountain. Certainly not easy.
No way.
You are always going to be slower when you're going uphill, but Esport Social, they're like, we can take that risk. Let's try and eliminate BotArmy Esports first, and that gives us so much space, so much freedom to move about inside the circle, take control of the entirety of that end game. BotArmy, it is going to be Ernie who lands that double, but it still feels a little less appealing as of yet, in spite of their positioning. Just 2 finish points. BotArmy, they've been on their back foot for majority of this game so far, I see.
A slow and methodical play here coming from BotArmy Esports, like a snake slowly wrapping around every single teams in here. The setup for BotArmy Esports on top of the high ground is slowly paying off. It's a very slow process, but hopefully it does get the job done. Esport Social still not being able to find an entry point here. Now decides to go down south here to take a jab on Likitha, and Ranvin is going to be caught out open. They trade 1-for-1, but the sprays down from on top. Harry sees this, takes him out as well. Wanted going to be trying to survive through the smoke there as he tries to make another push himself to Likitha. Will he be able to save the day? But yes, no, he actually survives. What? Wait a minute. How did Wanted survive that? Because Likitha, they got picked off.
And he's going to be thanking his forefathers, because BotArmy Esports, they just ran out of bullets over there in that case. 31 bullets left on that 5.56 chamber. And I don't think that's going to be enough. BotArmy Esports needs to reduce their distance, needs to go close on up and use their shotguns right now. From this point on, this is anybody's game. Rivalry, Esport Socials, and BotArmy Esports. These are the 3 teams who are surviving. Wanted can actually be that unwanted thorn for every single one of these teams, but Auckland is going to neutralize him, and Rivalry Esports make it up a duel and set it up against BotArmy Esports.
Okay.
4v2, look at that! Auckland just spotting another man down, taking him out as well. Beautiful stuff. But this time from another angle, it's going to be Yashu. Beautiful spray down. BotArmy Esports looking in for that chicken dinner, and this nade might actually seal the deal.
Yep, but now iShot, last player left, 1v3 situation. It gets slammed through. BotArmy Esports clutches the winner chicken dinner with insane macro rotations, but they will be the ones that take the cake. But Rivalry also in a phenomenal high-finish game here. What a bounce back from these 2 teams.
You know, I'm specifically very happy with the Rivalry. I'm very happy with Esport Social. Not so much with BotArmy, to be honest, because I feel like in spite of their chicken dinner, in spite of their lovely positioning, whatever their finish feed was, like 4 or 5 eliminations, how many did they obtain from that match, it still feels less. I feel like they were the ones who had complete control of that military base. They could have potentially stopped so many teams from making their way inside, something which we saw Mysterious4 doing, something which we saw Esport Social doing, you know, marking the exits and the shorelines with so many fishes in the sea. That did not happen, and I think that is where BotArmy lacked a little bit.
I think they just didn't want to take the risk, right? Like, look at Rivalry. They were the only ones to survive that, but even then, they were not the first to actually set up the play. And I think BotArmy Esports made the smarter play of just taking the highest ground here and play for the end game. And again, 10 points is still better than no points. Yes, they didn't have a lot of high finishes, which we kind of expected of them, but placement points is still some points. So I wouldn't say it's a very dominating performance, but they did outsmart the rest of the competition, realizing that, hey, the zone is a scam. We were the first here. Let's dictate the terms in my terms. And yeah, they pulled it off. So very nicely done. They also
kind of utilized the high ground really well, I think.
Yeah.
They were the ones responsible for slowing down the pace of that fight in the entirety of the end game, right? Because everyone is aware that up top you've got BotArmy Esports, you cannot get exposed. And every time somebody would come out in the open, you would see those spray downs coming in, you would see those tracking coming in as well. So it just absolutely bombarded everyone. But what a game for all of these lads. Even for Phoenix Esports, I think after that good run in Rondo, their momentum has been shut down.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well here. But all things considered here, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be back with more BGMI action. See you guys right after this. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026, the grind phase here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and of course, day number 2 of Group D battling out here. My name is ICBaby12, joining me is Super Johnny as we take you through the commentary of this upcoming match. Now, Game 2 in Erigale was a little bit of a very slow and methodical process which led towards BotArmyEsports taking the chicken dinner. However, the Circle scam has put every single team in the northern region just complete utter chaos there. Nope, Los Hermanos got shut down, Phoenix got shut down, everyone got shut down, but who came out on top was none other than Rivalry. So were you expecting Rivalry to do well?
I mean, I did have a few expectations from Rivalry, but I think happening in game number 2 itself gives them the opportunity to sort of keep the momentum going in the upcoming 4 games that remain. And of course, if you guys want to get something for yourself that's going to be as good as the performance from Rivalry, from BotArmyEsports, well, you can get yourselves the Peaky Blinders set, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, if you get the outfit, do make sure to share the happiness with us. We're going to be happy for you as well. But coming back to what just happened in that game, I think we all knew that BotArmyEsports was going to do incredibly well as soon as the circle shifted and we saw that no rep no bridge in play, and it was just BotArmyEsports on the southern side of the bridge.
Yeah, I kind of expected that as well. It was just, I did not enjoy how they won the game just because, again, you know, strategies, right? You don't need to finish them off fast here. Sometimes you can just slowly bleed them out and then take them out. And eventually they came out on top. But, of course, let's talk about the MVP of that match here. Kairos, coming from Rivalry, was the MVP of the match. And again, Rivalry was one of the few teams that took the most amount of finishes from the northern approach from the ocean itself. But joining him here is we do have Naman from Mysterious4 Alpha, from Team Alpha, and also Fraganoop from Esport Social. 2 biggest pincers was Rivalry and Esport Socials, and they just gobbled everybody up.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that was the game in a nutshell, what you just said. But looking at the point standings, we have Rivalry finishing the game with 18 points, all thanks to that frag-heavy performance that we just saw from them. BotArmyEsports, this chicken dinner was served to them in a 5-star restaurant on a silver platter with silver cutlery as well. So this was supposed to be their game and they definitely enjoyed it. Esport Social is the team that I want to talk about though.
Yeah.
The performance yesterday was not that impressive. It was kind of mediocre, but today they are showing a little bit of more consistency. I mean, Rondo was good, Erangel was a little better.
Yeah, Esport Social definitely needs to be on the radar a little bit here, but with that performance coming from them as well, they put themselves into the 4th tier, still retaining the number 4 spot, 67 points, a lot of little comebacks here, but Rivalry making a statement as well. They pushed themselves into the top 5 with 59 points, GENxFM takes a little bit tumble. Shorter Blitz also taking a little bit tumble. But Likitha Esports has also made their way up as well with 43 points. BotArmyEsports with that chicken dinner gives them a shot for the top 8, but still 1 point away from Likitha Esports at least.
Yeah, and now what you're seeing on the overall leaderboard is that the top 3 teams are kind of running away with the lead while everyone is just stuck playing catch-up. So it is very important specifically for the teams sitting at the bottom too, because Gravity Esports and Evolution MIZORAM haven't really done their best inside of the first 2 games of the day. And I think it is very important that once they finish their second quarter of their journey in the grind, that they get themselves into the mid-40s, into the mid-50s, because Evolution MIZORAM is right now in the mid-20s.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit as well. And even that fight where Evolution MIZORAM, they have almost had the upper hand on Team Alpha. And even then, they just got picked out on the open here. Team Alpha just completely wiped the floor with them. So I was very surprised on how Evolution MIZORAM is playing like that out in the open, considering that they had the upper hand, they should have won that fight, but just got taken out.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they had the upper hand. They are trying their level best to make those plays. They're trying to take those risks. But it seems like there is a little bit of doubt still inside of them about whether they want to make that push, whether they want to completely make that bounce. And I think at this point, if you are lagging behind, yeah, you have nothing to lose. The whole point of being in the grind is that you have the safety cushion. The worst thing that can happen is you get to play from round 1. The best thing, you get to advance to round 2. So might as well just take the risk, try and make the play, bring it to fruition, and if you walk away with the win, that's 4 points.
I agree. And as of yet, for them to make a comeback here, at least to try and make it to the top 8 here, they need at least 20-30 points. So basically one massive chicken dinner with 10 finishes will give them an equal footing, similar to how BotArmyEsports did as well, to actually stand a chance to fight for the top 8. Obviously, it's not really late yet. It is only been 2 matches. There's still more to come. There's like 12 plus. We're not even reached the halfway mark for them at least.
Another team though that we have to talk about is NINZA. What is happening to NINZA? We still have a lot of expectations, right?
Yeah, I think NINZA is also the team that I was hoping that they would switch up their strategy. I saw a little bit of aggression in terms of how they've been playing their vehicle rotations. But again, Scam Circle, it was difficult, right? They really were caught out in the open, you know, and just got picked off.
But let's see what's going to happen in the upcoming match. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up is going to be another map of Erangel, and hopefully this one is going to be filled with a lot of comebacks. Well, here we go. Second Erangel of the second day, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, after the excitement that was there in the map before this, we are going to have a few key teams that we will keep our eyes pinned on. As we were talking about NINZA, Rivalry Esports building up that momentum in that previous game of Erangel as well is also another team to watch out for, along with BotArmy and Esport Social.
Yeah, and now speaking the flight path as well, it's going to be a very similar one compared to the previous game. The circle actually shifted down southeast later on. Again, it's interesting, you know, the trend continues, you know. First Erangel from yesterday, first Erangel from today. We have a scam circle out of nowhere. And, you know, it makes it so fun, but at the same time, it just tests the mentality and how skillful can they adapt to unpredictable situations, right? Especially for the teams as well. So I like the adaptations has been made from Hermanos in particular in that map, but because they got caught up in an incident rather early in the previous game, they just did not have time to restock. And by the time they restocked, they just ran out of options to actually rotate through. So the entire game, especially for Hermanos, was on the run, but they just could not do too much. So they tried their best, could not do much. Phoenix also, they tried their best, couldn't do too much. It came down towards a situation where what was the best way to do? Do you want to play patient, wait outside, or do you want to get early first?
But I think with Phoenix Esports, they're sticking to the trend that was there yesterday. Do well on Rondo, not so well in the in the second game of the day. And if they're going to follow along the same storyline, I think game number 3 has to be a game for Phoenix Esports. I think we are going to see another top 3 finish. So let's see how this one turns out. We have a circle towards the western side of the map at the very start. I think key positions right now are going to be Everest, Georgopol City, and the northern Georgopol City. And of course, at a time like this, you see at Zarki, and even that looks like a completely, as a viable spot, if you will. But no one has gone to Zarki yet.
Let's do a little bit of history lesson here.
Yeah.
Last year, the whole year, did we even see a single Zarki circle?
No Zarki endgames.
At all, right?
Yeah.
Previous years, we had 2. But
In
last
the
year was
entire
just 0,
year, Yeah, Zarki circles are rare. Zarki, Stalber, Kameshki, very rare end games.
Extremely rare now that you think about it.
I think you get more Severny circles than you get Zarki or Stalber, Kameshki.
Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, there's shooting range, there was Servany,
Yeah,
there's just
yeah.
Naya a lot. I think even for George Bo, Everest was just a lot here, but Zarki just does not exist.
I mean, it exists, but not in the end game.
Yeah, very unfortunate though. But that's the thing, even though we've been calling this here, but if Circle comes through, I'm like, okay, bro. I think the chat, even for last year, we had 2 islands in Miramar.
Yeah.
And the ocean is as an endgame circle, but Zarki just did not exist at all.
Just feel bad for that city. But anyways, I mean, that is why it's one of the safer drop options inside of the game, I guess, because since the game never ends there, or even after stage 4, it's very rare to have Zarki still inside of the play area.
Ignore that area.
Yeah, teams usually tend to ignore it. And that's why it becomes a safer option when you're just like completely struggling inside of the match and you have a flight path towards the northwestern side of the map. All of the teams at the bottom of the leaderboards usually like to start from there. It's a safer option, but let's see how this one turns out. On our screens right now is BotArmyEsports. Again, as we said, that previous match handed to them on a silver platter. This time around, though, there is an early rotation coming through as they're charging towards those Gatka fields and have been kind of spotted out by Team Alpha.
Yeah, Team Alpha, they've had a lot of run-ins lately as well. In the previous one, they just got caught off as well. Punisher just got completely sprayed down by Evolution MIZORAM. Despite being outside the zone, they wanted to get out. So that interaction between them in the previous game just completely messed them up. So this time, they do have to play a little bit safer. They do need to rotate a little bit earlier. But based on this zone, it's not that bad compared to the previous one. I don't think we're going to see a Zarki circle.
Yeah, for sure.
We are most likely going to see either a Georgia Pole urban wall fight or Gatka open fuse.
Yeah, Everest,
Maybe
Gatka,
Everest,
I think,
yeah. Those are the 3 like most potential spots.
And I think because of that, I would like to see which one of these teams actually makes the run for Everest Summit first. Because for me, whenever there is a Western zone, especially with Everest in the center, I feel this is one of the highest priority locations for the early game. Because you can spot out a lot of teams rotating, especially down the southern Gatka fields and from the northern side of Georgia Pole. You will know where the threats are. The only condition is you're going to need like at least a 6x scope to be able to scout the distance. But we see Gravity Esports making a rotation the south of Everest, and they have a run-in with BotArmyEsports. It's the first finish of the game into the hands of Gravity Esports.
Yeah, Gravity has been going for the hit and run strategy for quite some time now. It's a very big hit or miss, but it's somehow been working out for them. They are farming finishes left, right, front, and center. But unfortunately to say, despite going for the hit and run, they're only at the bottom of the pack. So that's quite the concern as well.
I mean, 8 games, 19 points. That's not really a performance you would be hoping for if you're Gravity Esports or anyone else for that matter. But considering they did just get the first finish of the game, I believe this could potentially be the match where their confidence rises again. They are able to make a decent leap inside of the overall leaderboard. I think the target should be about 30+ points at the end of this match. And then in the remaining 3 games, they can, if they can keep a 10-point per game average going, then when they return in their play day, they can hope for a top 8. Otherwise, if today just slips out completely, then I think they're going to already start planning for how to play their matches in round 1 of the main event, that is.
Wow, that's some insane foresight into the future as well.
Maybe,
it's like your money is right on it as well. It's like, oh, this is the team going to be part of the grand finals, straight up.
I said round 1, not the grand finals.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
It's going to be very difficult for Gravity to make it to the grand finals.
Whoa! So do you think Evolution MIZORAM will stand a chance for the grand finals?
Not the way they're playing right now, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, right now, they make it to round 4, that's going to be a big deal.
Fair enough. I think that's going to be an achievement as well.
Yeah, but I think the previous roster has kind of left a legacy for Evolution MIZORAM to live up to. It's the same thing that happened with Big Brother Esports after 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Like the previous roster, they built up a lot of hype because of the players that were there and how well they performed. And then the players that followed them up weren't just able to keep up, live up to the standards that were set.
Well, it's tough, you know. Being an esports players is tough. And recently, Aru did release some interesting statements. But, BotArmyEsports, they are in the run-in. They lose one. Guru gets the first knock through. Murdoch's Oos gets the confirmation instead. But Harry and Ernie, they're pretty much stuck inside George City, South Georgia in particular. It seems like they do not have ammunition. They do not have meds. They've got absolutely nothing. Like, yeah, this house is a great pit stop. We are going to be able to loot up, but no bags, no meds, no teammates. This is not great for BotArmyEsports.
Yeah, it's not looking good, man. I mean, that's the second player they have lost this early inside of the game. And now, unfortunately for them, they are up against White Walkers, a team that is already quite upset as to why they are not in the top 8 yet. So, BotArmyEsports, they have to keep their heads down. But in the meanwhile, Team Alpha, an awkward run-in against GENxFM, and then into the hands of Los Hermanos they go. The third party from GENxFM, resulting in Los Hermanos losing 2 players. Well, not complete loss. Those 2 lads have been knocked out. The finishes are yet to come through. And Los Hermanos, they start looking for a reset. But Alpha from Team Alpha hiding in the shack. Can't really do much, can he?
Yeah, he's pretty much stuck. But at the same time, Los Hermanos, they want to pick up their friends here. 2 Scout Honor members from Team Alpha. They want to pick up Zyrex as much as they can, but the problem is they need to clear out all those angles. They need another knock here. Sprays comes in. Alpha, they are going to skedaddle. They are pretty badly hurt. As Los Hermanos may take this as a sign to go in for the save. And here he comes. The slam is coming in. Alpha stuck inside the shack. Are they going to go in for the save or are they going to go for the Grand Slam? It seems like they are going to go for the save instead. And I don't think they realize that Alpha is inside here. And he's going to go for the big. He finds one. He gets the confirmation and gets the second knock as well. Perfect timing. Mistakes by Los Hermanos for not checking this. And instead of losing one, they might have lost 2. Dope now. Gonna try and go in for the push with this hovercraft. As he needs to win this fight. 2 versus 1. Stuck in the corner. The AK sprays are here. But Team Alpha, Coffin, they're calling in the cavalry. They're going to try and double down on this. Alpha goes down. And Coffin now, he gets shot down instead. Dope, what a clutch. Punisher now. Last man standing. L2 versus Dope. And Dope clutches in 1 HP. Los Hermanos, they survive. They hold on. And Dope gets the reset as well. What a defense from Los Hermanos.
Brilliant defense, but a big blunder coming through from Team Alpha. Again, the fundamentals of a shooting game. Switching your weapon is faster than reloading. Punisher was standing there, reloading his shotgun out in the open, and the punish comes through from Los Hermanos instead. They get the squad wipe, they get the reset going as well.
My goodness, what a clutch coming in from Dope. 3 finishes as well. They almost lost 2 players, but chose the right call. Clutch things out big time. 2 versus 3 that, and came up on top. And my, oh my, they were both low as well, down to 1 HP. I'm surprised that Team Alpha just got completely flipped over in that fight.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great start from Alpha himself, to be honest. I mean, with the way he kept his head down, kind of baited the players of Los Hermanos into thinking that the shack was empty, because of which they were going for a revive out into the open. We have a little bit of recap of that. Look at this. Gets the finish conversion, gets the second knock onto Shogun as well. And then Altu, he had no HP, but look at the brilliance. Gets inside of that hovercraft to try and dodge out the damage, leaves the responsibility of trading out those knocks to Dope, and Dope converts in a brilliant fashion. And then it was that last little hiccup for Team Alpha, that reload timing. He could have gone behind the shack. He could have done a number of different things. But heat of the moment,
you know what's
kind of
really,
stops thinking.
You know what's really cool? Did they actually nerf the shotgun? Because Dope one pump the guy from the shack on the other end of the hovercraft,
yeah,
and it made things even. And that one pump is what saved them and gave them towards a 2v2 scenario. So that was like, okay, you know, all right, I see you, but
I mean,
did they actually nerf the shotgun?
They did. So with the amount of HP they have, I think even a pistol would have worked.
Fair enough.
Because they were down to about 30-35 HP, both those players from the side of Team Alpha. And yeah, shotgun nerfed, but what's that? DBS dropped from 200 to 191 damage. Is that an actual nerf though?
Doesn't feel though. If you connect every single bullet, yeah, sure, whatever. Still
yeah,
gonna take one guy down.
You got to connect every single pellet. Yeah, that's the one condition.
But that's the thing. The one-shot potential is still there.
At point blank range, it's got to be like under 20 meters.
Yeah, but that just wasn't point blank at all. That was just kind of far away. So I was like, Did they actually nerf it?
Oh, look at this though. NINZA. Oh, that spray. It was off to a good start, but it's the AUG who runs out of bullets pretty quick. GENxFM, a little bit of a breathing room available for them. Still haven't gotten the revive though.
Oh, Meta NINZA, they're still continuing on with their pressure there. GENxFM still somewhat inside the zone as well, and it seems like the circle is going to be shifting up towards the north side of the Everest as well. So as of yet, based on this circle, we've seen this happen for the small little compounds east of the south containers. It's really, really good hotspot to be in. But from Ruins here, we do see Shadow Blitz going up against Evolution MIZORAM right now.
This is going to be an interesting fight. Oh, the nades. Easy knock secured by Shadow Blitz. And they have the numbers to work with as well. Evolution MIZORAM, I don't think they can do a lot in this one. One more man in the back lines. The backup has arrived, but a little too late. They don't really have the numbers to work with. An Exploser, again looking for an explosive performance, loses a big chunk of his HP. As from the back lines, Diobot gets the knock and the finish conversion as well. That is Shadow Blitz losing out on their star player. And what is this charge?
Oh.
Such an awkward move that even Evolution MIZORAM could not predict it. But the trades are coming through for them. They've picked up a big chunk of it, the HP bar. And Orion, even though he found that knock, does get traded out eventually. Oxygen, he's the last man left alive with the DBS. And the last man from the side of Shadow Blitz falls through. But third party from Phoenix Esports, so no resets available for Evolution MIZORAM. I think this is the time they get eliminated in this game.
Yeah, they defended against Shadow Blitz, which was huge, but Phoenix, they're looking for Gobbo here, Viper. I mean, looking for those precision nades. It might be spot on. Seems like it does not clip on towards anybody here, as Phoenix Esports is going to try and clean them all out, but they don't exactly know where they are. They know there's someone inside. They hear the meds coming in. There is smoke. And they are going to spray through the smoke. Okay, that is it for Evolution MIZORAM. Orion's not going to be able to secure, though, by Shadow Blitz. That's going to be wasted points.
Yeah, but Phoenix, I don't think Phoenix is worried about a lot of elimination points at this point, because they've done quite well in the last few matches. Last 3 games, I think, including the Miramar yesterday, it's just a decent average they've been able to maintain. And they do manage to get themselves on that 100-point marker. So now that's a guaranteed promotion to round 2 of BGIS for Phoenix Esports already. From here, they just play for bonuses. On the other end of things, the White Walkers stuck inside of those warehouses and the container area, and now they're surrounded. Exit options are going to be limited. They're going to be forced to move east. Not an easy game for White Walkers from here on out.
Yeah, but speaking of push here, Likitha Esports, they are going to try and make a push onto South George through the smokes, and surprise, surprise, they lose a couple players. Nades being set up as well for Gravity, but Ray was spotted out from Los Hermanos. Where did that shot come from? From far west. And just like that, all this smoke wall, it's great and all, but it is a clear indicator that, hey guys, there's someone running inside the smoke. Let's spray them down. And Sukuna also getting sprayed out as well. That's going to be hunted down by Mikey from Gravity. Radveer decides, you know what, let's not walk into the smoke, and gets spotted out in the open. And Altitude takes him out. That is a very unfortunate demise here for Likitha Esports.
Yeah, Likitha Esports, I think that was a move made out of desperation, and they were just completely lost as to what they wanted to do. A good punish coming through for Los Hermanos, though they have 5 eliminations inside of the game already. But now as they try to fall back just a little bit, looking for a way to enter the zone. And I believe the intention right now is to climb to the summit of Everest and then push down from that eastern edge of that mountain to break inside of the play area. It is... Ideally, it would be the right call, but the problem is that Rivalry Esports, who are playing this game extremely slow, are there sitting at the top of the hill. There you have it. And that is going to cause a lot of trouble for Los Hermanos.
Yeah, Los Hermanos is intentionally dodging that small little compound, the isolated compound east of the containers here. And Meta NINZA is just laying low in those compounds, knowing for a fact that whoever pushes in, there's no way in. Like, once you go in, you are going to get shot by every single direction. That's why it's one of the most strategic spots to be in. But once you go in, you can't really come out as well. So It has to be a little bit of a patience game here, at least for Meta NINZA. But for Phoenix Esports here, they themselves are also going to be making the same movement where what Los Hermanos is thinking as well. Play from the Everest Mountains and then hope to re-rotate in. But it seems like the shots coming from Rivalry has pretty much forced Phoenix to reposition right now. As Phoenix Esports now, they have to make a decision. It seems like they are going to try and challenge against Esport Social, but the sprays from afar. Viper takes him out. Chris gets hunted down, but the damage has been heard. Sim still narrowly survives this. And Meta NINZA, they're spotting at this. They're not exactly taking jabs on this, which is kind of interesting.
I think Meta NINZA, they are going to try and keep their head down because, as you mentioned, the compound that they have in their control, that squad house, is ideally where we have seen the game come to an end majority of the times. But ooh, that was a good move coming through from Sim. He almost got that extra frag as well. But as Phoenix Esports, as you said, because of the pressure created from Rivalry Esports, they kind of ran into the open arms of Esport Social. Esport Social losing out on Chris OP, but still left with 3 players alive. There is a lot of potential for them to be able to close out this match, finish in the top 3 with at least 5 to 6 eliminations. They just need to hold on to this watchtower.
You know, Kaliuji is such a good player. Even though when he was playing with TWOB, he was just a phenomenal player to watch as well. And we saw how TWOB had a run last year itself. Just amazing runs after amazing runs. But the question here is, yes, Esport Social is in top 4 right now. But this time in BGIS 2026, can they make it into the grand finals again?
Well, let's see. I mean, with the way they are playing right now, there is hope.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. The problem is that as far as this particular match is considered, hope is going to fade away soon because Rivalry Esports is moving in that direction. And Rivalry, they have the flow right now. The momentum from that previous game of Erangel and my oh my, Mysterious4. It's always a mystery what this team is up to. This time, just running past the players of BotArmyEsports, and then they circle around from the other side of the river, though. It's going to be Sketch that finds that frag. BotArmyEsports down to their last 2 players.
Have to play it safe here. TOP official. They have to get out those containers as well. Not a lot of vehicles to work with. They do have a couple of angles, but still very, very risky play here. GENxFM also having a little bit of engagement as well. Murnox holds on, defends the small little shack. Nades coming in as well. That is going to be a confirmation here coming from White Walkers.
The trade!
Wait, huh?
Oh, whoa!
Wait.
Oh, alright. It went to the other side, I guess.
Okay.
Even I thought it was going to be inside.
Yeah.
It felt like it just ricocheted in off the wall, but no. Although GENxFM, big blunder there. They actually naded their own teammate, because of which it was extremely easy for White Walkers to get that finish. But now Murnox, he's going to be the last man left alive, and not a lot of room to work with, not a lot of room to breathe as well. On the other side of things, Gravity Esports, nah. This is not where you want to go prone. 2 more players out of the way. Osiris, the last man left alive, and INF God is just going to tap away till the end of days to try and secure those finishes. More damage dished out to Mikey. There's a car there that protects them from this damage. It shields them for a little while, but from the backlines, nades from Altu, and the cleanup comes through. Another bad performance from Gravity Esports.
I really like what Altu's decision is as well, but at the same time, Insane also getting picked off as well, as Mysterious4 takes them out from with the nades here coming in from Goku. 7 teams remaining. But again, back towards what I'm saying as well, Los Hermanos, very, very smart call. See smoke, somebody's there.
Yeah.
Throws a nade, someone's dead. Very, very clear indicators.
Look at Mysterious4 though. I love this confidence from Sketch. Has 4 finishes to his name already, knows where Fragger is knocked out, and he's going to try and secure that finish for his team. Mysterious4, still all 4 players alive inside of this match. But on the other side, to OP, they're looking to go after Murnox. He has that DBS at the ready. 2 shotguns wait for him on the other side of the shack. Run outside of the smoke because the Molotov was lobbed to flush him out. And a quick execution coming through for 2 OP official.
Well. 2 OP finally found an opportunity to get out. Just don't have utilities here. But with that couple of vehicles to work with, they might be able to stand a chance to set up a bunker. But the biggest raid boss right now is going to be Meta NINZA. They have been staying in this compound for the longest of time. They've only got 1 finish. But the question here is, can they push out a zone? because everybody is going to be knocking in.
If the circle moves away from this squad house, then Meta NINZA is done for, and I think Rivalry is actually in a brilliant position to secure the chicken dinner. From the top of the hill, where they are going to have decent cover because of the terrain. And then, of course, the high ground advantage as well to play with. You can watch down the opponents down below. The only point of concern for Rivalry is ammunition. Do they have enough bullets to secure these finishes? But as we talk about Rivalry, Meta NINZA, they're getting pushed upon by the players of Mysterious4, and somehow Fierce does manage to hold on to the stronghold of theirs. Apollo also lending a hand to his teammate, but Mysterious4, they help out Meta NINZA, they secure their own finishes with the team nade, and well, Mysterious4 is done for already.
Great defense coming from Meta NINZA. That's points garnered in the bag. But while this is happening as well, Esport Social, they've heard the commotions. They know they have 2 knocks. This is the perfect time to slam as well. Wanted, looking for the push. Fierce,
what?
They don't see him! He surprises them as well. And just like that, Meta NINZA, they defend 2 back-to-backs here. They lose Apollos, but they still hold on. What a clutch from Fierce.
Yeah, what a play, man. And a little bit of a miscalculation coming through from Esport Social. That might have just costed them a top 3 finish in this game of Erangel. Fierce has done it twice, where he's just standing in such an off angle that no one just expects him to be there, and he's managed to pick off like 3 players by just staying on the ground floor of the squad house. But more trouble for Meta NINZA awaits, as now 2OP is going to have a line of fire. The squad house still in play. Rivalry slowly and steadily moving down that hill slope. Meta NINZA, they're running out of ammo. And so is Rivalry.
Yeah, but at the same time, Rivalry, they've heard all those commotions. They know for a fact that Meta NINZA is still there. And they do need a couple of exit strategies. Ayush is pushed up forward, and he does have a P90.
Yeah, that's the exit strategy.
Yeah, exit strategy or not, P90 is going to shred through everything from that.
Exactly, that's the best option you can take.
Oh, boy.
Especially when others are going to be running out into the open.
Yeah. Well, okay. Worst case scenario for Rivalry, Meta NINZA and Eve X2OP decides to slam them at the same time.
Yeah, that's the one way. And the only way Rivalry goes down right now.
And Autu, he's somehow managed to find some sort of space with his vehicle, and he's still alive. Damn, lost Hermanos.
That's a bright backpack, though. It's going to be spotted out soon.
It kind of reminds me of Dora the Explorer's purple backpack.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much. But...
Oh my
And he's been
goodness.
pushed outside of the circle as well. So, yeah, things not looking good for Altua. But I think Los Hermanos, based on where they are in the overall leaderboard, top 4 finish is going to be good. But Rivalry Esports, they want to make a move from the western edge of the circle, but that's going to push them into the arms of 2OP official. And I do not support this decision at all. 2OP has a better advantage in this fight. They have the solid cover available.
Yeah, but the zone is slowly closing in as well. They need to get closer. Rivalry is not exactly in zone as well, so it does give opportunity here for Meta NINZA to capitalize on DR confusion before they push out. But as the zone slows in, they are going to be setting up a couple of bunkers in as well, as Shadow actually finds a spot that Rivalry doesn't have angles on them, so they might be able to creep up. Kairos, he may have not missed his opportunity here. Oh, okay. Kairos has bigger picture here. Uses Shadow as the bait. Thought it was safe. White Tiger comes in, gets picked up.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta let the little fish go to catch the bigger fish. Use it as bait. And that is what I guess Rivalry Esports were doing. Remember, we just spoke about this. The only way Rivalry loses this game is if Meta NINZA and 2OP pounce on them at the same time. Kairos now running out of ammunition. There you go. The Scarrel has no more bullets remaining. And he's down to that shotgun. So he can't really provide his teammates with any more support, who are busy making sure that 2OP is not able to run outside of that building. And Utkarsh almost makes it through to a safer position, but gets taken out by Arklin. Now Rivalry need to find a way to deal with INF God, who has kind of gotten into a very close range, but that nade, it gets the job. There's going to be so much damage. No, it overshoots. Damn.
But you know what's interesting? Rivalry has no vision on Autu at all. He's been proning his way through without his bright purple backpack this time. And he's just crawling. Wait, he still has his bright
He's
purple.
not looking.
He still has his bright purple backpack, and Rivalry has not seen him.
It's the ostrich strat, man. If I can't see, if I don't look at them, they won't look at me. That's what ostriches do. That's what Altu is doing right now.
Meta NINZA, now they are going to be taking shots at TOP as well. Utkarsh does have a small little shimmer of shoulder exposed as well. But Meta NINZA, they've got the reset. They are going to push up and challenge Rivalry now as they drive around. Look to try and punish them as well. But Altu with the nades, he's looking the confirmation. No, he does not get the finish at all. INF got noses there, but 2OP official cannot do anything about this. However, iShot, do you not see him? He's inside that bush. He's right in front of you, to your left. He's focused on EVEX 2OP.
The two tunnel vision of the players of 2OP. No one cares. And he's crawling out into the open. They still haven't seen him. What is going on?
He's still focusing on Utkarsh.
Yeah. He's like, I gotta deal with.
He's gonna bleed out his own. Oh, he's okay. This is gone. That's gonna be an easy finish there.
Do they see him now, though?
No way. They're gonna focus on Meta NINZA now. iShot, he pushes down. He doesn't see Altu again.
Now they definitely have to see him, man. It's like 20 meters. The difference between where iShot is and where Altu is right now. But I guess now all of the attention of the players of Rivalry Esports is on Meta NINZA.
Bro, iShot, you okay.
Oh,
Altu finds a bush.
Oh man. That's the luckiest player today. That's just pure luck.
I don't know if it's luck or skill, but it seems like Rivalry, they're focusing on Meta NINZA once more. And they don't realize it is a 4v3v1. And they are thinking it's a 4v4.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx any opportunity for Altu right now. But there is something that I'm hoping to see.
Big nades there. That's going to be the first knock-in. Rivalry may consider pushing this as well. Thinking it is a 4v3. But with the zone coming in, they are going to be focused in as well. But Ayushi's holding the pen. They want the pen, Meta NINZA. What? Okay. Altu, he's going to be in the smoke as well. Kairos continues on the pummel. Meta NINZA is there. They're losing members left, right, front, and center. Rivalry looking for the clutch. But nope, the Nox comes in. We're down towards the final player here from Los Hermanos. Altu against the world 1 versus 3. And they're running around looking, where is he? Now here comes Altu, he finds the angle, he goes for the spray, he missed the shot, he finally gets knocked, but is a 1v2. They finally spot him out and he eventually goes down, but he still secures a point.
What was that end game? I mean, I'm happy for Rivalry Esports because now, as we mentioned at the start of the game as well, we talked about this. They had the momentum from that previous angle, and even in this one, converting the chicken dinner was a pretty big deal. But the star performer of this match is Altu. Man has an invisibility cloak stolen from Harry Potter himself.
Do you have friends who are opticians or makes glasses or is that eye doctor?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we need a little bit of recommendation to iShot from Rivalry.
Got to send them to the Rivalry Esports bootcamp at this point.
Well, nevertheless, you know, even though it was all fun, they still walk away with a chicken dinner. So I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they missed him because that purple backpack was bright. It was easily visible. Anyways, it was a fun end game to say the least.
I agree.
We have a little bit of a recap of how things came to fruition, and of course,
I understand that iShot is focusing on 2OP, right? One on the rock, one on the truck. It is the most apparent point of interest to focus on, but not spotting out that, you know, Altu is going to be there.
So I have a theory why he wasn't able to spot out Altu.
Okay.
So when you're gripping your phone to play the game,
yeah, your fingers.
Yeah, his finger might have covered up those pistols.
Okay, in my defense, I think was that if there was someone there, they would have shot 2OP official a long time ago.
Yeah.
But because Altu did not decide to shoot, that's why he
kept his head down, and because you're holding your device like this, usually his hand might have covered up those pixels, and Altu, he wasn't able to see him. And of course, when you're ADSing, then the crosshair sometimes also kind of blocks the players. It actually happens. That's an actual thing.
Okay, fair enough. It is a very, very common thing here. But for all things considered here, we had a little bit of fun here, but we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we're going to be continuing for more fun action. Will our two replicate it again or not? We shall see. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And we'll be right back right after this very short break.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the grind of BGIS 2026. It's day number 2, Group D. Still have 3 more matches remaining. The map that's going to be played next, it's going to be another map of Erangel. And joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Salty. What are your thoughts on those hilarious shenanigans on Erangel, though?
You know what? It is his day 1 as a spy in Erangel. And he did actually pull it off really well.
Yeah.
You know, being a spy is actually a skill. It's not luck.
Really?
You know, to eliminate your existence and to not let anyone else feel your presence, that is a brilliant thing. And I think I have sometimes done that, you know, wearing all black and everything. But you guys, are you making your existence felt?
Yeah.
I mean, how can you do that? How can you do that? Tell them.
I mean, it's quite easy. Get the Peaky Blinders set, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to make you feel special. And of course, when you and your squad are playing with this set, all of you, people are going to be afraid of the boys.
I like your bomber jacket, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much.
I think you'd actually suit on a coat like that. A Thomas Shelby, a Shelby coat, a Shelby cap.
Who wears a bomber with a trench coat, Salty?
I'm saying the bomber looks good on you.
Yeah.
It might actually look better with a trench.
Oh, it will. I am sure it will. We're going to try that someday. But before that, let's talk about the numbers of that previous game. We have the MVP of the game, Ayush Oji, and of course, Rivalry Esports. It seems like once they get the ball rolling, it doesn't take a lot for that ball to turn into a boulder and just steamroll over everyone else.
I think this is one of the teams who has actually been consistent, not just in Rondo, but Erangel today as well. In Rivalry, they're making big strides. Ayush has to be that centrifugal point, getting finishes on every match, potentially, you know, racking up in the top finishers of the grind so far. Fierce with 4 eliminations. You've also got a player from Mysterious4 as well. But looking at the point standings, look at that, 22 points for Rivalry, 12 eliminations. LHS as well, another good game, but now it's almost basic for them to actually be inside the podium finishes. NINZA with 11 points. I think this was one of their better games. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I agree. This was one of the best games we've seen from NINZA. And I think a big credit for that goes to the circle itself, because the compound that NINZA was holding, the zone kind of stayed on top of them up until the very last few moments of the game when there were just like 4 teams remaining. So all they had to do was just keep their heads down. And we saw that in the performance stats as well. They had just 1 finish. It wasn't the highest of frags we saw from a team like this, but still, points are points. And it does get them inside of the top 6 in terms of the overall leaderboard. But lost Hermanos. They're trying to catch up to Phoenix Esports right now. Just a single point separating the 2 sides. But I think this has to be the biggest recovery, one of the biggest recovery of the day. Rivalry Esports finding a break inside of the top 3 with 81 points being the total tally.
They're certainly quite safe, but you look at anywhere between top 6 and top 13, there's only a gap of just 11 points. Even Team Insane, as a matter of fact, I think if you look at 36 points is where they stand right now. One big game, they will be inside.
Yeah.
But I'm not really sure what's going wrong with Gravity Esports and Evolution MIZORAM. Evolution MIZORAM, understandably so, they're kind of struggling, but Gravity Esports not being able to rack up position points after having played 9 matches, just 2 position points. Now that is where you've got to be focusing a lot on.
I mean, if I'm being completely honest, since we can't really listen to the comms that are there for the players, but it feels like a communication gap between the players of Evolution MIZORAM, because that was like visible at a certain moments in those first fights they took. Ideally, when you're taking a fight outside of Ruin, especially towards those western compounds, exiting towards the open fields, you would want to make sure that you have a line of fire between the players that are pushing up front. That is why they were caught off guard, and that is why they took that early loss as well. And then, of course, it was a tough time because hard luck, Phoenix Esports was in the backlines. They just instantly sprayed down whoever was left inside of that building and just showed up for a cleanup. So you can't do anything about that. But that first initial fight for Evolution MIZORAM was the important one.
It certainly was. I mean, we have been seeing these changes of approach. At least they did study what went wrong yesterday. Today they are trying to rectify that. We're seeing them going for pushes. We're seeing them going on the aggressive front. Yesterday they were letting the fight come to them. They're possibly even as... I wouldn't say they were nervous, but I would say the nerves were certainly getting the better of them, where they were not really making strides towards those fights. I think it's a step towards the right direction, but I'm not really sure how long will it take for them to actually reach a point where they can actually convert 4v4s in their favor.
I agree with you on that. I mean, I think they need something... as Rivalry Esports had, they need a confidence-boosting performance where even though you don't get a chicken dinner, but you are able to secure a lot of finishes. That should be enough to motivate them. Or maybe it could just be the case that since it's the first half of their journey, of the grind, they're just taking things a little bit easy. And maybe once we see them playing the next set of 12 games after the return, what is going to be like a 2-day break, right?
A 2-day break,
yeah. So after the return, our post-break, maybe we're going to see them a little bit more refined. But as far as right now is considered, this is not what we expected from them.
This certainly is not. And again, talking about the break itself, I think it is extremely important for you to kind of stabilize your position before you actually go on the break, because if you go on the break being at the 16th or possibly even anywhere in the bottom 5 positions, I think there's going to be enormous pressure on your shoulder. You will have to rethink almost everything. One of the teams who also needs to do that, I believe, is going to be Meta NINZA, because thankfully to that game of 11 points, they are still inside of the top 8. Otherwise, they would have actually been towards the bottom 10 or somewhere near that region. So I think Meta NINZA needs to keep racking up this performance so that they can build a little bit of a gap, a little bit of buffer.
I think the problem for Meta NINZA is right now they're fighting expectations. Not just their own, but from all the fans of BGMI of this game who have been watching the competitive scene for a while. Because you look at the roster for Meta NINZA and you say top 3. Ain't no way this team is sitting on the 6th position right now. This is a roster that has the potential to make it to the grand finals, and potentially, I mean, if they refine their performance, there is hope for a trophy right now for them. I'm not even kidding. I mean, these are tried and tested players. Fierce, Apollo, Shadow, those 3 themselves are a champion roster right there. So, again, they're fighting expectations of everyone else. Let's see how the next game goes.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 10 on day 2. We are on top of Erangel right now, this beautiful grassland, our home ground, of course. But this is also going to be, I believe, the last Erangel of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And that means that one last chance for all these teams to kind of prepare themselves before the Miramar and the real test begins, because that is a test of patience. But talking about the flight path right now, it's a little skewed towards the north. You've got to start off from Hospital and then you move towards Yasna Poliana, towards Kamishki. Majority of the teams are going to be pretty cool with that, I guess. If you want to land anywhere on the mainland, you are going to be sorted. But then if you want to go to somewhere towards like a military base, a Novorupnoi, or rather, let's just say that if the circle forces them to go towards the military base or the Novorupnoi, this is going to be a lot of trouble.
Oh, it definitely is, but that is for the teams. For us, it's going to be an entertaining game.
Absolutely. For us, for the audience, and for everyone else who's just watching. Or even for the neutral fans, you know, as well.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't enjoy chaos? When it's not happening in your life, it's happening to someone else. So I think that's just human nature. Sometimes you just enjoy the misery of others.
You're not supposed to be that blatant. You're not supposed to sugarcoat that a little bit. And let's say, I understand it's it's not going really well for you, but to
Yeah.
actually make fun of it, Johnny.
Anyways, I'm not making fun of anything. I'm just like, there was a name for this in philosophy. I've forgotten it. I'm gonna come back with what it's actually called.
We'll
that
do a
tomorrow.
research about it and
Yeah.
talk about it on a live.
But something we do not need to do any research for is this is going to be a very intense game for sure. We have a Northwestern Circle, Everest still in play, but this time the priority is going to be that Northern Georgia Pole City where we see the players of 2OP.
Oh, they certainly will be loving the circle. But since you mentioned Everest, it does remind me of the fact that majority of the circles that do center on around the Georgia Pole region loves to tend to go towards the Everest land. So that is, in my opinion, going to be the hot spot. That is going to be one of the hottest pieces of real estate that this map will offer. Majority of the teams will love to be in that, but shots being taken on Harry BotArmy. Now this is interesting. I'm not really sure. It does not seem like there is any other team around them, but Harry did take considerable amount of damage. Needs to patch himself up real quick. But BotArmyEsports, you've got to talk about them. I think they had a fantastic opportunity when the circle went on around that military base region. They were quite comfortable, but could not capitalize on that opportunity, Johnny.
And the opportunity still hasn't completely faded away. The other team also still looking for some cover, but let's see how that turns out. Los Hermanos on the other side. That previous performance was amazing, especially from Altu, but I have one criticism for Los Hermanos, that I think too much reliance on Altu and Dope. Yes, the entire team is doing well, but I would love to see Shogun back in that old Shogun era, the 2023 performance that we saw from him. This time around, though, looking for that breathing room in Milta. They're going to be extremely far away from the play zone, and it's going to take them a while to rotate. The only concern will be that how do you find a break inside of the play zone? Because by the time they reach there, there's going to be a lot of gatekeepers for them to deal with. Same goes for BotArmyEsports, who are kind of hell-bent on just starting this game from Novorepnoi.
Talking about Novorepnoi, we've actually seen that happen. If I'm not mistaken, it was the first wrangle of BGIS, the Grind 2026, where Meta NINZA and BotArmy kind of found themselves at a deadlock in that Novorepnoi region. Circle went extremely far north towards the Severny, and both teams kind of suffered. With BotArmy going towards Novo, moving on from the mainland, I believe they've kind of quadrupled their problems because now there's multiple teams looking to stop them around their tracks. You've got Shadow Blitz, you've got the likes of LHS on that Milta farm region, and of course a lot of other teams along their way towards the circle. But talking about Meta NINZA, Fierce, 4 finishes from the last game. Johnny, I want to know your thoughts, because I feel like Fierce was the man who was certainly underperforming yesterday, but today he's come in with a new vigor, with new principles that he wants to be on that top leaderboard.
Yeah, for sure. I think out of the 6 eliminations they had, Meta NINZA in total, I think majority of them were in the hands of Fierce. And of course, the thing is that he's not the only one who has that potential inside of Meta NINZA. There's Apollo right next to him. I mean, we remember the way he kind of broke down the players of Los Hermanos and Rondo yesterday.
Yeah.
And I believe that is the standard set by him. So there's a lot of potential in Meta NINZA. But again, we can't be too critical. They're sitting on that 6th position right now. The climb is slow and steady, but if by the end of their journey in the grind, Meta NINZA are in the top 3, are in the podium, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to wait for them to do what they're doing right now.
Honestly, I wouldn't even blame Shadow for this, because we've historically seen that this man likes to stay under the radar, especially when the qualification stages are around. And then all of a sudden, the grand finals, he will just shoot up with the 1 or 2 great performances. So I wouldn't even complain if Meta NINZA actually make it to top 8 and just qualify for the further rounds instead of being in the bottom 8. But consistent performances is all that I'm looking forward to. Currently, yes, they are struggling. You can certainly see the gaps in their performances, where lapses in concentration, lapses in communication. It's visible. It's inevitable at this point. But I'm pretty sure with Osbeam at the helm of things, I guess those things will be worked around, and maybe we're looking for a better future. Talking about the future, look at this. GENxFM Esports, Somraj and Simple will spot Apollo. Shots being taken. Apollo will get knocked out. No way he survives that.
Yeah, knocked out into the open. An easy finish conversion coming through for Phoenix Esports. And now NINZA not off to the best start, or even a decent start to this game. A player down within the first few minutes. Phoenix Esports, that early rotation outside of Pochinki working out quite brilliantly, but problem is it's a 2-2 split for the players of Phoenix Esports, while two players have taken control of a nice little compound on the northern side of the river. The other two lads are still in Pochinki. Now finally exiting the big city, making their way towards their teammates. But I wonder if they are going to be able to regroup, because there are a few names waiting for them on the southern side. In particular, Gravity Esports is there on the shorelines, and White Walkers will also have a line of fire available to pick off Phoenix Esports. They're going to have to spray down moving vehicles at about 100 meters. Not an easy task, but hey, these are pro players. For them, they make it look easy sometimes.
Oh, I mean, look at tracking, look at spray downs inside of the Grind 2026. It's been phenomenal. I have no complaints with the way the players are handling their weapons at this point, but Phoenix Esports.
This was supposed to be the other way around. It was supposed to be Gravity taking shots on Phoenix, not Phoenix stopping in the middle of nowhere and trying to take down Gravity Esports. They just tried to take a 2v4 fight, by the way.
Now, this is a duo, Johnny, who single-handedly gotten themselves 12 eliminations in the first match of Rondo. Viper with 7, Smoker with 5. They did that on the first day itself. They did that in the second day. I'm pretty sure they're holding about 70% of Phoenix's firepower, and they are quite skilled enough to actually pull that off as well. Now, they might even spot the likes of Likitha Esports in their radar, but I'm not really sure if they're going to stop and spray down. But Likitha Esports, wow, that is payback. Sukuna, once again, this man is good with those sprays, and it seems like this time he's done it again.
Phoenix, they are still going to look for a trade, though, over here. And as Smoker goes for a revive, Viper is going to try and close in the distance, moving towards Somraj. And even Somraj gets knocked out. Likitha Esports in the driving seat for this fight, at least. The nade from Viper gets the trade. It's still a 1v3 that he needs to handle, while Sim goes for a revive in the back lines. And that's the second knock for Viper. He's looking for a third, switches to the shotgun and sees the player through the window, running upstairs. The Molotov damage. Oh, it should get the trade. Sukuna, he's taking a lot of unnecessary damage. The finish conversion comes through for Likitha Esports, and Phoenix are down to their last man.
Likitha has to pay off their tribute to Sukuna, because the way this man is holding realms of this team, it's beautiful. Smoker, of course, trying to go on the flank, trying to create a wide angle for himself with the shotgun. Certainly can pull off a lot, but no HP. And, of course, Likitha, they strike back. Phoenix Esports have been packed and sent back home. This is not good news for them, but on towards other things. It seems like EVEX 2 OP. Not a lot of good news for them as well. Pushing in on towards the squad house, always difficult. This time the nade will get the better of Potfire, and White Walkers, they've got the lead in this fight.
Yeah, an instant finish conversion for Aditya, but 2 OP, this is not looking good. One after the other, the players are starting to fall. Even Utkarsh hits the floor, and there is going to be no escape for him. 2 players down already. White Walkers in the driving seat for this fight, and it's a brilliant position, a brilliant squad house for them to work with, by the way. There's open fields all around. They are going to be the only ones with concrete cover. If anyone tries to approach the buildings in the backlines, White Walkers are going to see them approach from miles away. Oh, and Murnox, he just makes the pounce. Moving towards Shady, as he was knocked out as well. That's the 3rd point in the hands of White Walkers. So it's not just Rivalry Esports or NINZA. Even White Walkers are going frag heavy, are getting those finish points. They are going to need to finish in the top 3 at least once, though.
Certainly do. I mean, everybody wants to finish in the top 3. Every single time, in fact. But nonetheless, seems like we do have yet another clash building up right now. Shadow Blitz spotting the likes of GENxFM. And this is a team I was actually looking forward to today, because we did see their gun power yesterday, but today they could not really convert that to its absolute best. I mean, 50 points, they are around that 9th, 8th spot. Not really a lot of points difference from being inside the top 5. They can certainly pull it off, but I want to see that one big performance from the fearless Maratha, something which this brand has been known for ever since BGIS has begun.
Pretty much, but I would say ever since BGIS 23. That was the last great iteration of GENxFM. We've seen a few individuals deliver exceptional numbers for GENxFM on again, off again, every now and then, but
I think
the entire team being consistent, that was the last time it happened.
you know, I think this time around, Ghost is one of those players who can actually pull that off, maybe.
And Zeref as well. Zeref is amazing.
All right, we'll find out if it's Zeref, if it's Ghost, if it's GENxFM in totality. But this time, Mysterious4, they are huddling up around this team, looking to get those shots. But without an opening, it will be very difficult for them to convert this fight. Still trying to reposition. Oops, bad driving. On towards the other things, let's have a look at the circle. Shooting range is where we are heading to. GENxFM right at the center of the circle. And I think they've done their homework. Yesterday, we were complaining about how GENxFM did not really have those position points under their belt. This time, at least they've made sure every single Erangel, they're dropping in dead center of the circle every time it pops.
Yeah, I mean, that is pretty much how they have been playing today. Yesterday was all about those finish points there. Although, when we saw the map, BotArmyEsports, I wonder if they're going to be able to make a safe break inside of the play zone, but White Walkers, they are on a hunt. They're going after INF God from 2OP official, and they do find him and finish him off as well. A complete squad wiped out at the hands of White Walkers, leaving no survivors. From the backlines though, Team Alpha, they make their approach. It's going to be interesting to see White Walkers against Team Alpha. White Walkers are going to have the advantage of that concrete cover, but Team Alpha, they have been on fire since yesterday. They have lost a little bit of momentum today, but I think with the amount of firepower they've put on display, it's not going to be too difficult. Or maybe they're just, again, waiting for those last two Miramars to perform.
That is a high probability. I mean, I wouldn't doubt their capabilities on the map of Miramar. Certainly not doubting the capabilities of Coffin and Adonis as well. We saw Punisher as well pull off some insane moves tonight. So it will be interesting to find out if Team Alpha, they can maintain their position inside the top 5 the entirety of the time. Look at this Adonis. He does have the hovercraft. I kind of miss the BRDM days as well. It used to be another tank, but now with the hovercraft in, I guess the players
Wasn't... I don't think it was allowed in competitive.
Was it not?
No, it was just our matches, the ones we play. We would never play.
I miss being inside the BRDMs, man.
But yeah, it used to be a fun vehicle.
Then, of course, here are the days of the hovercraft, and here are the days of potentially Rivalry Esports as well. What an amazing comeback today. This time, the Arklin is going to be the first one to fall as Fraga finds that target. Beautiful execution. Rivalry Esports might want to move out of this situation, Johnny.
Pretty much. I think, as you said, they need to get out of here. And now, even more than ever, because the circle takes a hard shift down south. It's a completely open circle. The two teams that have some sort of cover to work with are going to be White Walkers and Team Alpha. Other than that, there are a few hills towards the northern side where we see the players of Mysterious4, GENxFM, BotArmyEsports, a few towards the southeastern quadrant as well. I think Evolution, MIZORAM needs to move up early and take control of those hills. Other than that, everyone's going to be just out into the open in those flatlands, and well, that is not really a position where you want to be. On the other side of things, Team Alpha, they pick a fight against the players of White Walkers from the distance. Even Rivalry Esports are looking to chime in. That was a horrible spray, to be honest, but it was a long-distance one as well.
It really was. Rivalry Esports at this point, they are moving in from target to target, right? Spotting a lad out in the open, just capitalizing on it. As Guru, the IGL of White Walkers, is taking a fall here now. Ayush Oji once again in the forefront of all of these fights, always getting these clean executes. And this is something which I've actually liked about these players, is that it's not a fluke. They pull it off so clean. They pull off these 1v2 so clean. It's almost intentional. You see the calculative movement. You see no wasted time as well. This is what the grind offers, ladies and gentlemen. Talking about the grind, even Evolution x MIZORAM, they are trying to go in through their grind challenges as well. Just outside the circle, along that bridge, they know there are going to be a couple of these outliers trying to make their way inside. And as soon as they do that, I guess it will be their time to pounce.
And they have to time it to perfection, by the way.
True.
'Cause
Very true.
If they miss the timing, then they get spotted out by someone else for an easy third party. But let's see right now.
I'm not sure if I was Shadow Blitz, I would do that.
I don't think they know that he's there. And now he's spotted out almost the entirety of Shadow Blitz, just going for a swim. Finally goes from prone to crouch. But Halakon is waiting for them to reach the shoreline. And this is the problem, that now Shadow Blitz know where he is. Misses the spray. HP chipped away. The nade should be enough to secure a knock. Oh, it's not. Brilliant repositioning coming through. Shadow Blitz might get the upper hand. That's the second one all right now. Finally, the knock is going to be secured, and the squad wipe comes through. Evolution MIZORAM finally being able to secure those 3 eliminations. Shadow Blitz taking an early exit from this match.
You see, they've actually gotten their basics right. 2 players needing the same place almost at the same time. The knock and finish in a matter of seconds. They know their things. It's just about finding it right and potentially adapting them to this lobby itself. Talking about Rivalry Esports though, this time Mikey going on a wrap around, trying to fly by, ladies and gentlemen. My tongue does slip at times, but fly by around these teams. It's going to be a little difficult for Gravity to come back from that position, but here it is. GENxFM versus LHS, and 3 players from LHS on their knees. This does not look good. In fact, it looks horrible for them as they get eliminated.
Well, I mean, Los Hermanos taking an early exit from this game. GENxFM still in the fight. 3 players knocked out, but the revive should come through considering Mysterious4 also do not have the numbers to commit to a fight out into the open like this. So Fragger just moves away, wants to find a little bit of breathing room for himself. But as we were talking about what was going down between Rivalry Esports and the players of Evolution MIZORAM, that was a very awkward flyby from both the sides. That exit from that US, there are a lot of questions like, why? You know you can switch the seat and then exit, especially when you know the threat is going to be from the right side. But anyways, Rivalry against White Walkers, 2 teams that have the comeback momentum rolling in for them. iShot just nades Aditya out of existence, and I think it is going to be an easy squad wipe. Oh, that's just brutal. There's no way White Walkers save their teammate.
I love this. You get a knock, you finish him off, and you move on to the next one. There's no need to pay respect. This is supposed to be one of the most merciless games. And look at that, Vegito! Player jumping right in front, but Ayush OG has been neutralized in fantastic manner.
Good punish.
Yeah, absolutely. He tracked that man on air, and that is the best part about it. Of course, with the shotguns, it does make it a little easier, but Vegito is showing his brilliance, showcasing that Rivalry. It's not easy to come to our compound, just slam us and remove us of existence, is it?
Pretty much, but I think this match itself might be another big game for BotArmyEsports. Their position is brilliant, holding the smack center of the circle. White Walkers, since the circle now has forced them out into the open, they've lost 2 players. They are going to need to be patient. Just keep their heads down, go for those placement points. 8 eliminations is enough, but elimination points was never the concern for White Walkers. Vegito and Murnox, I want to see what these 2 players are going to be up to. In the meanwhile, Mysterious4 taking on the players of Team Insane towards the northern edge as another man hits the floor. Last man left alive is going to be Fragger in the back lines, but Maxis, he's pushing forward, now finally falls back to join the rest of the squad. On the other side of things, I believe Rivalry Esports has been eliminated from this game completely.
Yeah. No, they still have one shot. OP still alive. He managed to escape from that grip of death which White Walkers had established around him, but how long he's going to stay alive is my question. Nonetheless, White Walkers, they themselves are facing the same threats. It's Murnox, the only player from that team who is still alive. On towards the other things, you've got Insane Esports who were trying to charge upon Fragger, but this is brilliant stuff. He did die from that engagement, but made sure that he also takes away another player with him. Insane Esports, though, clinical execution, finds one more player, in fact 2 of these outliers, and wants to pick up those points. This should be easy pickings for him, actually.
Yeah, they don't have any cover to work with. The blue zone pressure is going to kick in soon. And Team Insane should be able to rack up easy finishes. But talk about easy finishes, and Likitha Esports instantly just go after Evolution MIZORAM. And as soon as we get that fight on our screen, Evolution MIZORAM is gone from this game. You were talking about their fundamentals. I don't think they still have them completely.
It's loading. Coming back in installments.
For how long, I mean?
Well, we'll find out. I'm still positive about this team potentially making a comeback. At least they did climb up the stairs a little bit.
Yeah, one position today.
One position
went
today.
from 16th to 15th.
That is a climb. Climb is a climb, Johnny. But we'll find out what happens later on. But Likitha Esports. Now, this is a team I wanted to talk about because I feel like this team was, in spite of their point standings or how many so ever points that they acquired, it was a horrible day one for Likitha Esports. Just getting absolutely peppered in every single facet of the game. Today, it's a little bit of a redemption arc for them.
Yeah, they're doing much better, especially in this game of Erangel. They've gotten a decent amount of eliminations. And the position that they're playing from also looks quite nice to secure the end game. But I was looking at the map, and I saw Gravity Esports move towards the southern edge. But luckily for Likitha Esports, Gravity Esports got distracted by Meta NINZA, who were making the exact same rotation. But this is what experience is all about. As soon as Gravity Esports stop in their tracks, Meta NINZA take control of the edge of the circle and now are going to be the ones playing the patience game. Gravity Esports have been shooed away, but Kalyug, he catches them off guard. Meta NINZA did not know that threat was hiding out into the open, and they get punished. Gravity Esports make the bounce at the right nick of time, but from the backlines, the third party from BotArmyEsports, and Gravity Esports crumbled under their own gravity. They just implode in a matter of seconds.
And that is supposed to happen when you do not know of your surroundings, when you're not aware of your surroundings. Nonetheless, another game, another quick exit for Gravity Esports, and problems just keep on piling up for them. We move on to another fight. Likitha Esports. Sukuna has been fantastic today. And I love to see if he will be able to find the better of Meta NINZA. Yes, he does. Eliminates him. Sends him back to the lobby.
I feel bad for Gravity Esports because whoever that man was from BotArmyEsports, he made it look like target practice. All three of them were huddled up in the same corner. No cover, just a tree. And he just took them out in a split second. I think that was like a 3-second spray down. That was just like 1.5 magazine.
I mean, that is what's supposed to happen, right? If all of the players are hunkered down in just one corner. Have a look at this. Bot Army were in a similar situation, but the artilleries, wow, that's going to push back Team Insane. And the defenses, look at the way they are thrown off guard. I love this. But from the back lines, of course, Ninja OP does have the flank, and Bot Army needs to be careful about him.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I think as long as BotArmyEsports manage to hold on to the shack, they should be able to take on the players of Team Insane. And of course, the X factor, the variable that neither of these teams can control, it's going to be Ghost, but that nade, it drops out. Bolte from BotArmyEsports, that's going to be the second knock, or maybe not. Ernie was just a little bit off. But Clutches does manage to secure the finish point, equalizing the numbers, and the spray down from Likitha Esports through that open doorway. BotArmyEsports now finally feeling a lot of pressure. They're going to be hoping for a top 3 finish in this game as well, but considering they were able to secure that chicken dinner in the wrangle before this, a top 4 finish in this match for BotArmyEsports, that is enough.
That certainly is enough, I guess. 5 eliminations racked up as well. They have a chance to maybe secure yet another spot if a team gets caught off guard. So few more position points can be in their kitty. But I still feel like this is Team Insane's game. This is their game to actually convert. A couple of their players knocked out, but they can still get it back if I'm assuming. But what a nade from Ghost! GENxFM, they strike back! And this is fabulous!
Man, I'm telling you, this Ghost, he also has Spec Ops training. He's been to the boot camp. He knows all the strats. 8 eliminations for GENxFM, and Ghost is not done yet. He's looking for a few more. And because of all of the conflicts that were happening between Insane, between Likitha Esports and BotArmy, he knows the exact position. Look at that. Spots a man out into the open, prioritizes going behind cover first because he does not have enough utility to just blindly throw nades towards the opponent. But Likitha Esports, they're going to go after BotArmyEsports. A helping hand lent from Ghost himself. He gets one more finish in the bag. And GENxFM, they are going to finish top 4. But the question is, do they get double-digit eliminations?
Quite likely. But wow, man, this
Yes,
Ghost,
they
this Ghost lad has gone rogue, man. I absolutely love it. Now, the reason why I was so impressed with the nade is the distance was enormous. The trajectory of the nade had to be so perfect. It's not easy. Sure, when you are within a range of 30-40 meters, the nades do tend to land. You are aware of where it's going to be, but when the distance extends beyond 70-80 meters, you do not know where the end point of that trajectory is going to be, but Ghost was phenomenal over there.
So it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 2 situation right now inside of the game. And Likitha Esports, they're kind of pinned outside of the play zone, with Ghost having their information and the high ground, and Yashu also having the cover of the shack. Likitha Esports can be picked apart. Exactly what I was talking about. But Neo moves to the flank. He has picked off one. He's looking for the second. There is a potential for this chicken dinner to go into the hands of GENxFM. That nade is quite close. He dodges the first one. The second one also overshoots. Somehow Alone Boy is still surviving. But GENxFM Ghost, he's built up a lot of pressure. All he needs is a spray down or Neo to secure that second knock for the from the players of Likitha Esports. This could be anyone's game right now.
This certainly can be anyone's game. It's almost impossible to predict. Yashu, of course, does find an opening. Alone Boy is down. And the last player from Likitha Esports is pinned. So it's a 1v1v1v1. But Ghost has been taken down as well. Yashu single-handedly changing the game for BotArmyEsports. But can he spot down the last remaining player from Team Insane? It is a 1v1. 4 points up for stakes. Anything can happen.
Yeah, it's down to 1v1, something we did not predict. And I think Team Insane, they're going to be very grateful for Ghost to take out the players of Likitha Esports. And of course, Yashu from BotArmy. But the last few moments, he has the level 3 armor and helmet completely fresh. The ghillie suit as well is going to deny a little bit of vision to Yashu. So let's see how this last duel turns out. Information compromised, and Neo with a nade being cooked, lobs it out. Where does it go? A little bit short, falls a little bit short off its target, and Yashu is being quite brilliant about this because ideally you would expect the player to play inside of that shack, but Yashu is behind it to try and deny the opportunity to go down to the utility. He wants to take this down to that duel, to that gunfight, and the nade, oh, it almost falls to the right spot. The Molotov as well just denies the movement speed for Yashu. Now he can only peek from the right side of the shack, and one after the other as the utilities are being lobbed by Neo. He's just denying more and more breathing room for Yashu to work with.
For how long is the question? For how long will Yashu hold at the back of this shack with the blue zone starting to creep in? It seems like time's running out for this lad as Neo just keeps on popping those utils. And now there's an opening. Yashu finds a spot, finds the first shot connected. He's almost about to get this shot connected as well. Almost there to find that clinical move. But Yashu finds a lot of time to close in the distance. It is Neo who's trying to use the ghillie suit to its advantage. He almost does it, but no way. Yashu with the shotgun cleans things up. BotArmyEsports, a chicken dinner, a brilliant individual performance coming in from Yashu, and gets the chicken dinner for his team as well.
I mean, it was an incredible performance, by the way. It was a phenomenal endgame from all of the 3 teams that were surviving. Just because, first of all, it was supposed to be Likitha Esports' finish. It was supposed to be their chicken dinner. All 4 players alive and intact, and they got destroyed by 2 individuals. One was Ghost, the other was Yashu, and Neo as well, chiming in for the last 2 players. I don't think they thought that was how it was going to go down. They thought we're going to charge for the shack, we're going to take control of the shack, and that's going to be that's going to be it. But Neo with that ghillie suit running down the flank, and Ghost from the top of that hill slope just annihilating Likitha Esports. One player, I don't know who it was who charged for that shack, got taken out by Smoker.
Alone
not
Boy.
Smoker, Yashu, Alone Boy. And it was out of nowhere that Likitha Esports just were down to 0 players.
Yeah.
And then it was down to a 3-way showdown between Ghost, Yashu, and Neo. Yeah, look at this. This was insane. I don't know what happened to Likitha Esports. They did not see this coming.
I mean, the positioning was great, the splits were great, but they just did not expect Ghost and Yashu.
Nothing was great. It was horrible decision making from Likitha Esports.
Potentially, yes, but then looking at their formation, it seemed like they had a plan. But they did not expect two things. Number one, Ghost to actually pop off from the backlines, and Yashu as well to kind of handle two simultaneous challenges at will as well. Yashu was brilliant. I think in the final moments, this man all by himself just gotten the chicken dinner, of course. But I believe he's given his team at least 6 to 7 points in those final few moments.
Yeah, pretty much. But I think BotArmyEsports were already in a much more favorable position. More than them, Insane really needed this win.
Yeah.
They kind of missed out on 4 critical points because while BotArmyEsports had that chicken dinner from that previous game that kind of helped them in the bounce back, Insane was still down, I believe, in the bottom 4 of the overall leaderboard. Yes, the difference was not much. Insane after this are going to be inside of the top 8, but it would have been better. Those 4 extra points, 5 including that finish, would have, of course, been better.
Well, we'll find out, of course, what does happen. And of course, since we're talking about points, how many points did BotArmy secure, how many points did Insane secure, and how many points do they need to cement their position in the top 5? We'll find out after a very short break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to BGIS, the Grind 2026, and what a day we are having. Of course, it's going to get better because IC Baby 1-2 is back on the panel once again. A great game of Erangel. That was the last Erangel of the day, by the way, and some amazing individual performances to be witnessed in that final few moments. Yashu, of course, popping off. We saw Ghost pop off as well, and then, of course, the last player, Neo from Team Insane. I think he also had a chance, especially with the ghillie suit, but I want to know your thoughts and your breakdown of what entirely went down in those final few moments.
I think it came down towards a very, very scuff fight where it put them in awkward situations, right? I think it came down towards initially the big fiasco of just, catching people off guard, The moment you stuck out and open, you're pretty much done for. So I think it was pretty weird-ish scuff fight, yeah.
It certainly was a little weird, but ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you are pulling in performances like Yashu does in your game as well, I'm pretty sure you want to look cool. And there's no one cooler than Thomas Shelby, by the way, in my opinion, and absolutely adore that character. Love that series as well. Peaky Blinders set is inside of your games right now, so make sure you go ahead and actually get it for yourself. It's going to make you look cooler while you pull those clutches down, making your clips maybe viral moments on Instagram.
You know what? Knows? Thomas Shelby is undeniably the coolest character here, but I like Arthur Shelby too. Like, his brother is just amazing too. He's just like
I don't like his mustache. I don't like his mustache, man.
Because you can't have a mustache.
Wow! As if IC has a lot of them, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want a mustache.
Man, you're getting red. Why are you blushing? Nonetheless, somebody who's gonna blush is gonna be Ghost FM because he's the MVP of that last game. 6th elimination, 643 points of damage. We not just witnessed pure firepower from this lad, but also immense technicalities where his nades were brilliant. Him finding those chip damages, finding those positions where he can just, you know, get points for his team. It was absolutely fantastic. Sukuna, of course, in those top players list, 5 finishes on this lad. Clutcher and Fragger also joining along that list. Now, what do you have to say about Sukuna, IC? Because I feel like this lad today has been phenomenal.
I think Sukuna, even for yesterday as well, when they were hitting, he was hitting a lot of shots. It's just that there was no confirmation, so that was a big problem for them. But Ghost having a big moment as well. He himself was also in the same boat as Sukuna. Like, if in terms of category, these are 2 players that they're always getting knocks, but they just can't find confirmations. But today, you know, in this particular match here, it gives them a little bit of hope. And with that being said, BotArmyEsports with this chicken dinner gets themselves 16 points. That's the second chicken dinner for today. Placement over everything else, apparently, for them.
Yeah.
And for GENxFM, also with 15 points, gives them a little bit of leeway. Likitha Esports also giving them leeway. But with that being said, BotArmyEsports with 2 chicken dinners today has pushed themselves into the top 7 with 58 points. Likitha Esports also making a little bit comeback here with 57 points. But GENxFM, this is a huge one here, with on the 6th position with 65 points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think today has been the day of comebacks, and BotArmyEsports, I think they were somewhere on the bottom 3 at the start of the game. Bottom 4, in fact. From that point on to actually be inside the top 8, in fact top 7. BotArmy, certainly their strategy is paying off. Look at their position points, 25. If I am correct, it's one of the top 5 in the top 8 itself. So they're kind of pulling in a different trick. They're not really going as aggressive as the other teams. They're making their positioning and their placements working for them. And just like you mentioned, chicken dinners over anything else. If you're actually getting them, you are making sure that you stick around at least.
Yeah. And initially at the start of the day, I made some sort of prediction here for the cutoff as well. It was somewhere between 82 to 101 points. But that was based on 16 matches. And now this is 24 matches. I think I may have miscalculated here. But based on that, I think you need about 120 points to actually qualify for the top 8. So it's going to be a little bit risky here. But with 2 more matches to go, I think it's very doable.
It certainly is doable. I mean, I personally feel like you still have 2 more match days to go.
Yeah.
You do not need to think about the cutoff as of now. I guess now is the time to actually work on your mistakes. Figure out what are the things which are not really working out. For example, communication and rotations for Meta NINZA absolutely not working out. They will have to go back to the drawing board and figure out a way to solve those issues before they can actually come back in the next 2 match days and fight for the cutoff.
And speaking of the cutoff as well, I think now, obviously, both teams, regardless of all these 60 teams here, they're not going to be eliminated here. I think this gives teams, especially in the grind phases for all Group A, B, C, and D, a little bit of advantage, is that they do have 24 matches play time or training time over the rest who's going to be coming from in-game qualifiers, where the round stages happens as well. So, and I think Rondo was the biggest problem for every single team to adapt as well. And when it comes to Erika and Miramar, also, you know, we do see a little bit of adaptations here and there. But again, those 2 maps, teams has already matured over the years.
Absolutely. But then, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like times for Erangel, times for Rondo is done and dusted. Now, we are moving into the hot lands of the desert. And talking about desert, 2 teams who come into my picture, LHS and Team Alpha. Let's find out what they pull off in the map of Miramar.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it's time for Miramar. It's time for sniping, and it's time for long ranges, because it is going to be hot and sunny. It seems like the flank path is going to be coming from the north side, apparently, here. A pretty northeastern shift, I would say. Oh, no, not really east here. It's pretty centered, I would say, towards all these teams. So pretty forgiving for all these teams. Early hot drops coming in from Evolution MIZORAM, and they are going to be heading towards Torre Ahumada, maybe even Campo Militar. Evex 2 OP official also making an early entry as well. Ralacon is actually split off from Evolution MIZORAM, so it seems like he is going to be looking to be the ones in charge of looking for vehicles before going for the crash here. And I don't think we are going to be seeing any drop clashes. I'm actually keen on looking onto Phoenix, actually. Seems like Phoenix drop clash is not to be expected. There's no drop clash, apparently, for Phoenix.
Yeah, I think they did figure out the differences yesterday. The first map of Miramar, they did collide, but in the second one itself, we did spot both these teams to change their drop location. So El Pozo will not be the place where Team Alphas are going anymore. Instead, they are looking somewhat of a Lost Linus or an Impala drop location. We'll find out if that actually pays off dividends for them. But nonetheless, speaking of Lost Linus, you've always got to talk about LHS and how well they control that region. Fortunately for them, the last two circles off the map of Miramar yesterday were a Lost Linus circle, so they were able to get the better out of them. Huge results coming into LHS, but this time it seems like we're moving towards the northwestern part of the map, where it's going to be El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, La Drillera, Picaro, and all these regions being in the playing field. Phoenix Esports instead, they're going to be pretty happy, I see.
Yeah, it is going to be a very peaceful run here, especially for Miramar. We've seen that happen yesterday as well. We saw a couple of clashes here and there. But I'm more curious on how BotArmyEsports is going to play towards today itself here, because the adaptations in terms of macro rotation has been really, really good. They've got 2 chicken dinners so far for today, which gave them a running for the top 8. But again, very, very low finishes, and that's a problem here, Salty. And I think for BotArmyEsports, they're making the great decisions of playing safe, but I feel like gunpower, like you said as well, gunfight is going to be very, very important as well. We saw moments coming from Harry, we saw moments coming from Ernie, but I haven't seen moments coming from Viper Bote yet, just because they are part of the Viper taglines.
We'll find out if the Viper name tag does have a little bit of a buff that we are talking about. It's still speculations, ladies and gentlemen, before you change your in-game names to Viper. We'll do our fact checks and look at the statistics and let you know if that does provide you a buff. But this Viper from Phoenix Esports, he certainly has a buff, to be honest, because the way he has been performing, it's brilliant. Showcasing every single aspect of his game, be it his squad defense, his slam-ins, his nading, everything seems pristine.
Fair enough. But speaking of pristine actions as well, I'm going to jump back onto the tagline here. What's the most common names we've seen all year, especially for last year and this year? Like, personally was Viper and then Aditya.
Not Aditya, I'll let you know. There's a lot of fraggers in the community.
Oh yeah, fraggers, correct.
Right. It doesn't really strike my head right at the bat, but I guess I'm going to give you at least 2 to 3 names which has occurred in our community at least 4 or 5 times. Like, these players, they seem to just come around all the time. A lot of these players, they're like, why should we be the one to change our names? We'll be the best Viper out of it all.
And so far, who is the current best Viper? Last year, it was arguably, Viper from Reckoning.
Yeah, but he's no more in Reckoning, by the way.
Exactly.
So I'm not really sure if he has his same tenacity, the same level of...
But based on past 2 days performance...
Of course.
Right now, I feel like the current strongest Viper is from Phoenix.
Absolutely, absolutely. There's no doubts about it. I think Viper is quite easily the best player inside of this lobby so far, closely followed by his own teammate, Smoker, if I had to be very brutally honest. But then, of course, you've got to remember the likes of Exploser. He's also a very crucial player for his team as well, so you can't really deny his contributions.
I think another name would be Goku as well. We saw a lot of Gokus last year.
I feel like all these anime fiction characters...
Oh, Levi was also a lot last year. There were so many Levis.
Yeah. How about we sit down tonight after broadcast and find out every single name in the community that has occurred more than twice?
We do not have the data. Well,
you've got to do the research. That is the reason why you've got to sit together, right? You've got to go through the matches and look at players. That is work, I see.
Fair enough, but it's work that does not contribute to our work right now.
Yeah, nonetheless, just a
you know
pastime.
Just for a little bit of trivia here, for you guys watching at home, let us know what is the most common names you've seen so far in games, in BGMI especially. But speaking of which, let's talk about Mysterious4 here. Sketch, let's get a couple good shots in onto his Urkash with the AUG. And it seems like, we do see a lot of teams kind of experimenting with the guns as well. We do a little bit mix up here with the 7.62s. But the recoil control is a little bit too tough here compared to the usual M4s and the AUGs.
Honestly, I still feel like players do prefer to use the SMGs in close range more than the 7.62s. I'm not really sure why. Maybe I'm going to ask a couple of these pros to understand what they currently feel about this new update that has actually come in, ladies and gentlemen, the update 4.2, which turns your 7.62 weapons a little more lethal. You can actually use it in-game and let us know, but then the professional players, they still prefer to use the UMP over the AKMs and the M7s. I've seen a couple of Ace-32s being used as well. I think that is the most preferred 7.62 gun just because its recoil control is still a little more stable, but nothing apart from it. I think the AK days are long gone, I see.
Yeah, I think AUGs and M4 is still the better go-to here, especially in Miramar. Just because you are going to be taking a lot of long range. I think yesterday you did call out a very good one as well. There's a lot of people experimenting with DMR.
Yes, they are.
But in the global stage, well, there's only one player that play it. But in our stage, especially for last year, Lobster was the guy that always stuck through with the Mini 14, and he always gets away with it.
He gets away with it. He dominates the maps of Miramar. And I think the teams who are actually good at playing DMRs, they'll always come on top on this map because, yeah, sure, spraying them down at distance, it's always going to be the best feeling, but then the DMRs provides you with the opportunity of preserving your bullets as well and taking the game deep in the final third. Imagine spraying down every single vehicle just whizzes past you, right? You're going to run down your ammunition within an instant.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky here. Ammunition is going to be key, especially if you're looking for mountain terrains. And the circle is going to be favoring on towards the outskirts of power grid. So we are going to be expecting a lot of high ground advantages as well. Very similar to how they played Los Leonas yesterday. Very similar to how we usually play towards the northern side of Crater Fields. Which, again, I think Mysterious4 is slowly heading towards that direction. They're very close, but they're not exactly there yet. It's far west a little bit more. But Mysterious4, they do have a track record for being very mysterious, especially for last year as well. You know, earlier rounds, they do kind of, you know, low-key play a little bit under the radar, and then out of nowhere, it just qualifies. And, well, with the circle coming in, it is going to push all the way towards the outskirts of El Pozo. Phoenix may have regretted the decision of leaving right from the get-go. Immediately goes for a sprint inside the zone. Crater Fields completely out of open. Trader Park also open as well. This is a very tricky circle to play because there's three very, very different distinct playstyles. Crater Field is a different playstyle. El Pozo is urban warfare. Trailer Park, well, it's a huge gamble between left and right.
I guess there will be teams who are looking at Trailer Park as their entry point of the circle, potentially Esport Social. We've seen them take those longer rotations along the Western Highway. And since El Pozo will already be occupied, I'm assuming Trailer Park to be their go-to spot. We'll find out all these high traffic regions, how the teams are positioned. But currently, it's almost migration mode for all of these lads. But LHS, they are bang on holding their position. They're like, all right, fine, you guys go ahead. Duke it out. We're going to come in late into the party. Maybe join in at the ending stages and find out success.
Yeah, even on outside, so Team Alpha, Rivalry, and GENxFM is still so far off as well. It's going to be a very late rotation here. But there is a particular team I want to watch out for, especially in this particular match. It's going to be Phoenix because they have their worst performances in both Miramar yesterday itself. And things hasn't been looking good. But based on how they're rotating here, this time they're going to just straight up gas it up for center control and then hope and pray.
Talking about praying, man, I'm pretty sure even Gravity Esports, they're the ones who are praying at the moment. Haven't really had the best of days. In fact, even Evolution MIZORAM toppled them from their 15th spot. Now they are bang 16th on the overall leaderboard. Now that's a lot of pressure on these lanky shoulders of Shub. Likitha Esports as well, I think today was a little bit of a comeback if you would consider. Compare it to day one, I think Sukuna was the man who has been doing all the heavy lifting, kind of carrying this team on his back and, you know, letting the team know that, yes, we can actually compete at this stage. Even a Lone Boy, I think, along with him, has had a decent piece of success tonight. But, well, we talk about Miramar, you've got to talk about Team Alpha, and they are the ones on our screens. Pretty late into that rotation, I must say. I'm not really sure what to think of it, if that is going to be a winning strat, or is it just battling the circumstances.
Yeah, I'm kind of weirded out by Team Alpha strategy as well, but because Team Alpha does have a very good track record in Miramar, based on yesterday and even last year's performance coming from both Coffin and Punisher particularly, these two players has had one of the biggest, most high-impact games in the history of last year's pro scenes for BGMI and even this year itself in Miramar in particular. We saw a clip coming from Coffin. Punisher, obviously, you know, when it comes to high grounds, he's always the first to reach. So now with Circle actually shifting downwards towards El Pozo here, I don't know. I don't think this is going to be something that Team Alpha is going to be able to get out of, considering how late they are. But we shall see, you know. We shall see.
We'll find out. For now, it's still migration time for all of these lads as they do scramble for spots outside of the circle. Rivalry Esports finding themselves southwestern corner of the circle itself. You can spot them there. You have LHS following closely. But what happened to Team Insane? They are bleeding quite profusely. In fact, one of their players does manage to survive, but the rest of the three just went hammered. I'm not sure who's the one who struck so much ordeal to Team Insane, but that must have hurt.
Yeah, that definitely did as well. Great gatekeep coming from Shadow Blitz as well. They are kind of trying to thin the herd before they enter inside the city as well. At the outer eastern side here, Insane is forced to kind of stuck out in the open. He is going to get hunted down. But Team Alpha here, they are going to be pushing in to shoot people from the back. But little did they know, behind them there is another team, and that's going to be GENxFM that takes shot in. Adonis, they may have heard Rivalry, but they themselves are super weak themselves. It's Team Alpha currently forced to re-rotate away. Adonis pretty much down and out. The rest of the pack is still super low in terms of mats here, as they're still outside the zone. Stage 3 and Stage 4 hits, and not having mats is going to hurt them a little more. Alpha goes in for the challenge. He just emptied his entire clip here, Salty. It's out of ammunition. Only has the Mini 14 to work with. 240 on at 5.56, but 7.62 bullets, he's out. Only 4 bullets remain. Has to take a pit stop here to stock up, but unfortunately finds even more 5.56 on the ground. That's sad.
Can actually change that weapon, to be honest.
Oh, true, but he's only got a Mini 14. And I think on the ground that was like a QBZ or something. Or is it another Mini 14 if I'm not mistaken? That's sad. Having 2 Mini 14s in a loadout.
I'm not really sure what to think about it. He would love having an M4. Have a look at this. This is what just happened. Shadow Blitz and Exploser yet again. I don't really want Exploser to take all the clout over there. I think it was also his teammate who was just shooting in tandem. So these two players in together just absolutely broke the back of Team Insane. And now they're surviving with just 2 players.
This is going to be a very slow approach here, especially with this zone coming in play as well. El Pozo is still in play. A lot of teams are expecting it to be a city battle. But with the circle shifting as well, we do have White Walkers and BotArmy also going to be pushing towards the west side. But nope, it is going to push the city here. So this is going to be an all-out brawl for control inside the city. And again, 2 days in a row, we are having urban warfares all the way through here.
Yeah. But the surprising fact is there's already 8 teams inside of El Pozo. And I don't think there's any more space. I don't think there's any more compounds. If any other team just wants to join the party, well, they're welcome. But I don't think Likitha Esports and teams like Team Alpha, they will be able to break past the defenses of so many teams. Majority of them are going to be playing in from the backlines. You look at the way Phoenix Esports have positioned themselves. That is also an interesting team to talk about. But have a look at this. Los Hermanos. Shogun taking those shots has been brilliant post the Destro era, post the Gladiators era. This time, this BGIS as a grind, I think he's kind of showcased his true potential. But this time, he will have to survive yet again. Need comes through, Coffin falls. Punisher from the backlines needs to retaliate. They needs to rally quick, I see, because otherwise, it seems the Team Alpha, they're going down without a fight.
There's just too many people as well. Team Alpha, they were able to push into the center here, knowing that there is people going to be securing inside the compounds, but because they are in vehicles, it's extremely hard to hold against this. So nice timings, but they have to reposition here. Alpha and Punisher is a little bit far off. Forced Smoke Up to get early entry points into the center, but it was spotted out, as Shady knows that he is going to try and make a hoorah jump through the smoke there. Now with the reloads coming in, Punisher needs to heal up as well. And Punisher, he hasn't really shown himself yet, but here comes the smoke. He's going to try and make a push here. Meanwhile, White Walker's on top the roof. Kylie Yuji is burning here. He's almost dead. He actually manages to escape there from Esport Social. Okay. A lot of parkour action here.
And some of it is actually needed as well. Now, this, since it is an urban warfare, you will have to be able to, you know, jump quickly around those windows and play around those nooks and crannies. But it's so confusing. You're not going to be aware of from where these players are going to be shooting you down. Unlike Los Leones, you've got buildings with amazing height here in El Pozo, and that just allows every single window to be a new threat.
Oh my god. Like, look at how congested the city is right now. Every single building is just like so many people.
Yeah, it's stacked.
And the problem is, you do not, like you said, right? Like, there's nobody, you don't know which angles it's going to be coming from as well. It's just absolute pandemonium. It comes down to luck, it comes down to timing, it comes down to just how well you hit those utilities, and you can stock up as well. And I would say this entire city has been picked clean down to the bones in terms of ammunition and everything else. But let's take a look at the replay here from Vegito from White Walkers with an insane, nice spray, pre-fired onto his Harry and taking him out. But even then, was that a knock? Yes. Was that a confirmation? Nope. Feels bad. And that's the downside of urban warfare, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Like, it's all about trading utilities. It's all about trading your ammunition, your helmets, your vests, etc. And whoever survives to the end, if you have a better helmet and a better vest, the chances of you winning just progressively gets so much higher.
You literally stole words off my mouth. I think the right word for it would be resource management.
Yep.
Would you be able to manage your resources till the end? Because all of these fights, all of these little jabs that you take at your neighbors right now isn't going to pay you any dividends. You will not get those points. You will just plain and simple hold on to your angle, will be restricted from making any movements. And when the circle forces you, that is exactly where you are supposed to be converting those fights.
Speaking of how forcing is happening right now, the circle is split between half city, half on the mountains here. Phoenix is going to be very happy in this control. But of course, it is a 50-50 coin flip. If the circle shifts up north, Phoenix, hallelujah. Amazing. Food everywhere. But it shifts down, well, it's an absolute nightmare for them to push in.
Let's talk about nightmare, this beautiful aerial view. Somebody has to give kudos to the production, I guess. They always bring us the best angles to talk about.
There's so many people. Okay, so Esport Social is in the middle. White Walker is on the outskirts here, especially on the west side. And Rivalry is trying to get out and re-rotate from the south side, knowing that there's two teams on the west side. And Likitha Esports is far south, and they have no clue where the rest of the teams are, except for Los Hermanos, who's in front of them. So I would say Likitha Esports has more room to work with, but Rivalry, they're pretty much stuck.
Look at Phoenix Esports though. They're the only team who's actually stayed away from those compounds, and I think that is a great strategy. Stay away from those firefights and just try and delay the onset of the inevitable. That is utilization of your resources. And from up top, of course, they do have the visuals. They will be able to clean up the angles, and when the circle does give them a call, it should not really be a very difficult job for them to rotate inwards. It all depends where does the next circle land.
Yeah, but speaking of which as well, Evolution MIZORAM does have the positions here, but they are also on the outskirts. But Phoenix Esports is going to go for the mark here. Ralakon getting tagged up pretty low. Smoker gets a couple of connections in, but needs to be very careful here. Like you said, resource management is key. He's only down to his last 130 bullets. And that's a problem right now.
Alright, we'll find out what does happen. Have a look at this. Somraj though, by the way. Taking shots from that Mini 14. Did spot a couple of those lads. It's still patient times, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, absolute no movements. The only team who's sort of kind of having their backs against the wall will be Evolution MIZORAM, because the circle is just constantly forcing them to come out of their covers. And it's not good news for anybody. Not sure how long will they be able to hold on to that position, but now since Phoenix Esports are constantly peppering them down, they will be forced to find a solution. Look at that. The circle right behind them. And the next iteration, I'm pretty sure they'll be forced out of their covers.
Most important circle shift right now. North or south?
North.
North.
North. North.
Oh! Okay. So it is going to be right in the middle. But Phoenix, they have to come down from the highest point here. So they don't really have a lot of cover playing from the mountain terrains. However, they also need to fight against Meta NINZA and also Evolution, Mizo from the west side, especially for Phoenix here. But everybody else in Pozo, you know what? We can still sit for a bit.
I'm not really sure for how long will they be able to sit, because I feel like since we are actually calling for a north or south circle, we were hoping for another hard shift, but this makes it even more confusing. There's going to be even less space inside of those urban buildings. So few teams will be forced to take a fight. Few teams are just going to be holding their ground. Teams like Phoenix Esports and Evolution MIZORAM will be forced to make their move in, which brings them closer to all the teams holding their hard covers. In front of us, of course, you've got the likes of LHS and Team Alpha holding their ground, not really making the move, waiting for the opposition to make a mistake. Even NINZA, as a matter of fact, I guess, using the smokes to kind of disguise their presence. Phoenix Esports has been caught. Smoker just barely surviving over their shots. 2-10 to connect. Fierce was absolutely fierce with the spray down, but could not convert that finish.
Very tricky situation here. At least for those conversions. Like, you can see every single team is just struggling to find some sort of space. And even ammunition as well. Shadowblaze, look at this. They're all running out on fumes now. 14 bullets for Catalyst, 14 bullets for that, 40 bullets for that. And again, this entire city has been picked clean in terms of ammunition, considering how many teams has walked by in every corner. And you know who really surprises me the most? Is that all 16 teams are alive. They're losing bodies here and there. And Team Alpha somehow found a very, very big plot of land, and nobody contesting them right now.
Absolutely. And the best part is, how did they find that plot of land? They just absolutely rammed their vehicles inside the city, and nobody just caught them off guard. That is surprising for sure, but have a look at this. Gravity Esports, now they are the ones who are facing the onslaught. BotArmyEsports, they are on a high roll, but Osiris with a shotgun, that's a knockout punch. Can he go for the second? Yes, he does! Pump shotguns, quite active, but this is such an anticlimactic finish to this fight. Evolution MIZORAM from the backlines eliminates the likes of Gravity Esports, solidifies the position on the 15th spot.
The perfect third parties coming from Evolution MIZORAM, because they were out of the city for the longest of time. They just came in. Nobody realized that they were there. Immediately picks it from the bins itself. And guess what? It got them an off angle, punished them as well. And just like that, we have our first team eliminated here. And that is going to be Gravity. BotArmyEsports, they do realize that that is happening as well. But again, Evolution MIZORAM, they're also going to be focusing on the cities inside as well. Fortunately for them, they do have vehicles, they do have exit strategies, which is a good sign. But it all comes down to circle shift. City or outside? No, it's still 50-50s, but it is no man's land on the northeast side. So that means, well, playing space very, very little right now, Salty.
Yeah, absolutely. EveX2OP as well as Phoenix Esports, I think these are the two teams who needs to duke it out for the best spot inside the circle. But from the backlines, I love whatever MIZORAM are doing. Constantly causing problems for these teams inside and just aiding the others. Have a look at this. White Walkers, all of a sudden, they are in the middle of nowhere. Two players knocked down, one player going in for the revive. The other player just absolutely scrambled in the backlines, and that is how bodies are lost. BotArmyEsports capitalizing on that opportunity. Yashu has been phenomenal since the last game as well. Just clean up angles, moving in from cover to cover. Just almost had thought there's a guy there. Look at this, looking to convert this finish for himself, because he knows there are teams waiting to capture, and that is a point that is gone. Esport Social were quick on their feet, took away all the efforts of Yashu.
Have to be very careful about this gameplay. But again, ammunition low. only a couple shotguns with. But oh wait, Yoshi's got 323 bullets here. I think he just got a little bit of restock from just now, so it's not too shabby. But Team Alpha finally going to be expecting company here. Rivalry going to be pushing in, and Alpha gets the first nade through. That's going to be the first knock. Can they get the confirmation? And Kairos also getting knocked off from afar as Team Alpha, they clip him all down. What happened? You blink it and you miss it. They just get completely eliminated. And Team Alpha, as well as Esport Social, was able to wipe the floor with Rivalry.
Talking about wiping the floor, it seems like Evolution, MIZORAM from the backlines, they certainly have been wiping the floor. Look at those nades coming through. They have been eyeing this compound from BotArmyEsports for a while, and they want to take it away from them. But what is happening?
Fragger, do not move a muscle. They can't see you. It was a blind spot though, for sure. Unless he jumps and looks down directly, he wouldn't be able to spot Fragger. But nice little cheeky angle for him. But look at this. Team Alpha, Punisher, last man standing. Zone is about to engulf him. He needs to push through. All he needs to do is just wait. And here he comes. He has the advantage, but he's dropped down pretty low. Almost losing here. But he needs to heal himself up as well. The zone. Oh, actually, he is safe from the zone. So he is got 40 seconds to work with. Fraganoop looking for the push. He's got the UMPs. He's closed up very, very close here. Needs the perfect nade. Hit the shot through. Sees the angle. Gets the jump shot. Oh! And gets the knock. Punisher punishing him for his aggression. Saves the day. Keeps things alive. And Alpha lives again.
I love this. I absolutely love this, Icy, because you saw Alpha distracting the opposition. Punisher was hell-bent on cooking that nade till eternity. Used it, and of course, found the right spot to throw it as well. That is a beautiful knock that just came through. So technical, brilliant teamwork. And Team Alpha just showcasing why they are so good on the map of Miramar. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the end game. It is the finale. Stage 8 in front of us. As BotArmyEsports now looking to knock on the doors of Evolution MIZORAM. They've had enough of this. A lot of these nades coming through from the backlines, those peppered shots. They now want to take this fight like a man. But will they be able to come out of it successfully? That is a big question.
Massive opener here for BotArmyEsports. Gets the knock, instant push, instant space taking here. And Evolution MIZORAM, they tried to return fire here to try and refract this, but instead, this is the timing window. TOP official, they've got the high ground. They have been chipping away on every single team rotating in. And look at this, they're split off as well. INF God is right at the tippity top, whereas the rest of the teammates are already in the smack middle of those apartments here. They're looking for two-way angles to clean out every single team coming from the south side. Meanwhile, Evolution MIZORAM tries to push for retake for those warehouses, takes away BotArmyEsports. Very tricky spot to be in. But look at this, lost Hermanos and Phoenix. They somehow were able to get inside the zone.
Yeah, they certainly. I mean, I like the play coming in from Evolution MIZORAM. I like the play coming in from LHS as well. I feel like from the extremities of the circle, these are the two teams who have actually made it work, and they are slowly pincering inside. This is a great strat if you actually make it work, but it's also extremely risky. And talk about being risky, of course. If you are hunkered down in just one spot, it is going to be risky. INF God finding a little bit of a knock over there, but the zone is going to cause problems for him. No, that is not a good way to die. TOP, they're still yet going to lose bodies, and there's absolutely nothing that Botfire can do. And this is the go call. White Walkers in a true desperate attempt trying to move forward, but Aditya slowly surviving just by a pixel of HP, and now he's about to fall as well. Evolution MIZORAM from the backlines being so successful, and this is the fight of the top dogs. Phoenix Esports versus LHS. One man knocked out from each of their armies. Shogun need not stay distracted, needs to push in. A little bit of distraction coming in from the backlines, and here you go, the shotguns go berserk. No, wait! Phoenix Esports, they strike back at Simp. A little bit of retaliation coming through from LHS, but Phoenix Esports, they just managed to hold on, I see.
Exactly, Smoker. He's about to bleed out as well to the zone. They need to push through. The zone is shrinking very, very closely as well. Shadow Blitz, they were outside. TOP, they jump off the roof. He's going to go down. Explosive closes in, tries to box them in. Cyrex needs to run out of the zone, and he goes down as well. And Shadow Blitz will be the ones to walk away with a winner chicken dinner because they were outside of the zone. Everybody was pretty much choked by the blue circle, could not get out, and eventually denied points across the board himself here. What a brutal fight for all this team. Lost Hermanos. Did they get the chicken dinner? No, it was Shadow Blitz.
Yeah, it was Shadow Blitz, but I think it was yet another good performance from Los Hermanos, and they are showcasing that they do have a system in place for the map of Miramar, which works every single time. We were questioning, since the circle was so much up north towards El Pozo, will they be able to reach the circle? Well, here they are inside the top 2.
Yeah, Shadow Blitz, they just played outside all the way through as well. Did not expect the circle to actually shift inside, out and open as well, which again did not make sense because there was just no man's land, no cover, no whatsoever. And Phoenix thought they had the upper hand by pushing down towards the buildings, which gave them some sort of footing to work with. But again, it came down to a situation where people were just dropping out of the roof as well. Like, there was just no way to push down. And then they just got taken out. 2OP Official was one of the biggest instigators, and I think 2OP Official has one of the highest finishes in that game, considering that they took jabs on every single angles from that apartments areas as well. And they had a 1-3 split.
I did not really notice 2OP officials too much on the finish feed, but since you actually say that, we might actually have to wait for the point standings, because now there is so many question marks.
Yep.
And this is what happens in an urban fight, right? You cannot keep track of all the teams shooting at each other, but then at the end of it, somebody just has to come out on top. And Shadow Blitz, with that dinner, I feel like they were already lingering around that 4th and the 5th spot of the overall standings. Now they are pushing for the top 3.
Yeah, I think the teams that were on the outskirts here did really well. Evolution MIZORAM also had a very good game in the particular round. They played a little bit slow here. They were able to win their fights against BotArmyEsports. But let's take a look at the final blows and how things happened as well. Because this moment was completely scuffed. The circle was shrinking out in the open. Everybody needed to push out. GENxFesports was pretty much pinned all the way through. Sim was able to have a good fight. Xerax as well. But eventually the zone was just too quick. And the moment they were stuck in these corners, it was so hard to push out. And all Shadow Blitz needed to do is just wait out this congested area and just take them all out. And Explorer is like, actually, he was the last player as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was outside with his team, but Explorer clutched it big time in that final moments here. I didn't even realize he was the solo player.
I don't remember if I've seen somebody catch a player off mid-air falling from the terrace with the shotgun, right? This man's reflexes. And time again, he's just shown that no matter what the circumstances are, I think he is going to be standing there, being the last man surviving, being the man getting them finishes, and of course being the man who actually does so many heavy liftings. But of course, I see. Last thoughts before we actually move on to the last game of the day?
I want to see a second round like that. Again, just for the chaos here, because it is a free-for-all, for sure.
It certainly is. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the last game, but after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello.
We're going to be going on a break. Bye-bye.
Oh, wait.
Wait. It seems like we're continuing. Welcome back, IC baby.
Nice,
What's up? Nice
it was a prank.
Wow. Nonetheless, I absolutely love that game, and I absolutely love Exploser by this point. I would love to see this man actually take this performance, not just inside of the grind, but inside of BGIS as well. But we will see all of that after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
And this time, it's not a prank because we are finally back here for the BGIS 2026, the grind phases here. Currently watching on the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, this time with a little bit of a twist. We have Surfer Johnny to take you back towards the commentaries for today itself. And now, we saw a very, very slow and very chaotic map in Miramar just now. And this time, we're going to be seeing another Miramar. What are your thoughts on the previous map there, Johnny? Because I did not know who was going to win.
Yeah, I mean, the ending of that game was a big surprise considering it came to a conclusion not because of players taking each other out, but because of the blue zone damage that kind of just ticked away that last man out of existence. And again, one thing is for sure that if Shadow Blitz make it to round 2, it is going to be because of one man and one man alone explosion.
Yeah, he's been doing really, really well as well. I didn't even realize it was a 1 versus 1 situation here. And for them to get a chicken dinner, it was amazing. The feeling is great. But of course, for these guys watching at home as well, if you guys want to look cool and slick here and pull off your favorite action movie TV series character here, now's a good time to actually check out the PK Blinders series as well. You can get it now and maybe even roll for 2 characters in particular. Personally, I'm a Arthur Shelby kind of guy. He is definitely a Thomas Shelby guy. Just because, I don't know.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I've never watched that series.
Seriously?
Yeah.
It's an Emmy Award series, man.
I know.
It's about gangsters.
Rather be one than watch one, I guess. Inside of the game, though.
I'm going to take a pause here. Now, I've got questions in my mind running through my head.
Yeah.
Should I be afraid of you right now?
I think you should always be afraid of. Why aren't you afraid of?
Absolutely not. Anyways, moving on here towards this game here. You talked about Exploser. Obviously, it is going to be one of the most insane runs coming from him. I think he has had a great run. But what about the rest of the teams here coming to the Miramar? It feels like it's very, very unpredictable. Like, there's so much gunshots happening on the map as well. A lot of movements coming in. And I want to talk about Evolution MIZORAM because this was an amazing game coming from them as well because they take this very, very slow. They were able to pick a couple of players themselves from the sides, and Oxygen being the MVP 5 finishers was a big, massive step up here. At least after so many games, this is a very good game for them.
It definitely is, and as you mentioned, it is after a long time that we have seen Evolution MIZORAM in a performance like this, and I think it was due to the fact that the match was extremely slow, so they got a lot of opportunity to get those finishes. But one thing is for sure, that rivalry between Los Hermanos and Phoenix Esports, the way it's brewing up, I would want to see all of this go beyond the semifinals. I want both these two teams to go as far into the tournament as possible. Both of them.
Speaking of the top fraggers for this game as well, Los Hermanos is the one sitting at top with 16 points. They've got 10 finish points as well. Los Hermanos stick to the basics, grouped up as 4 and started pushing compounds and clearing every single thing by themselves, which gave them a high risk, high reward scenario. Very nicely done for them. Shadow Blitz with the chicken dinner, a big clutch with only 3 finishers here. Exploser securing 10 points by himself. Yeah, sure, why not? Thank you very much. 13 points for them. 2OB official, one of the biggest nuisance on top of the high ground with 13 points, was also a big one. Evolution MIZORAM with 12 points, so that was a small little victory for them. It
was a small little victory, as you mentioned, but let's see overall rankings on our screens right now. Los Hermanos 117, Phoenix 114. Rivalry today have had an incredible day, so they are, well, about to push that 90 points marker. I'm kind of upset with Team Alpha because it was a map of Miramar. Yesterday they ended up dominating those 2 maps. So I was expecting a similar performance from them today, but that wasn't really the case. Apart from that, Shadow Blitz, look at that. They finally make a break inside of that top 8, 63 points. In that last game, if they can secure about 15, 16 points, I think that is going to be a good enough standing to end the first half of their journey in the grind.
It was a very, very good comeback for them here,
I
would say, for coming from them. But I kind of disagree with Team Alpha's statement saying that, oh, they didn't really do too well. But based on their circumstances, I felt like they did pretty okay. Just because of the fact that, number 1, Urban Warfare. Number 2, the moment they went in, there was only 2 players. And Punisher was able to get a couple of big hits in. Unfortunately, it came down towards the luck. Like, think about it. Based on the circle, we had no idea who's going to be number 1.
That is true.
Like, nobody had good positions. Like, 2OP official arguably had somewhat of a god spot. Even then, they weren't the ones with the highest amount of finishes.
See, I agree with you on that. But the thing is that yesterday in the 2 Miramars, I think they were doing double-digit eliminations in both those games. So, if you have a lot of bodies available inside the game and you are a team that's reliant on those finishes, might as well just get them while they are there on the map, right? So that is what I expected from Team Alpha. I never wanted them to, or I was never expecting them to survive till the extreme late game stages. I just wanted to see them go frag heavy. But this time I think they were prioritizing their safety a little bit more. And considering yesterday was amazing, today is also quite a decent run, I think they might just be trying out a few different things, seeing different paces of play, seeing what works in certain situations. And right now the grind for them, I guess it's down to that only, figuring out a few kinks that they can fix.
Yeah, definitely as well. And late rotation into that zone was a little bit of a questionable play coming from Team Alpha. Even for GENxFM, they did not expect GENxFM to be later than them. That's why they were kind of caught off as well. I think based on the difference between yesterday and today itself, Team Alpha had 4 men holding into his compound like an urban city. Today, just now, it was only 2 players left. They just got picked off mid-rotation in a couple of awkward scuffles between both them and Rivalry, and also GENxFM right from the get-go.
Yeah, they were forced to fight out in an awkward position, and that resulted in an early exit for them. But anyways, they will have another opportunity, another Miramar, the last map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And before we jump into the action, I see quick prediction. One word. Pick a name.
Los Hermanos.
Let's see.
Well, we're going to be jumping into the final game for today itself here for the BGIS 2026 grind phase for Group D in day number 2 here. Final game. It is going to be the last Miramar of today itself. Flag path finally not going to be balanced here. It is going to be skewed towards the southeast corner. And it is going to be early drops here coming from Phoenix. Seems like they are going to take the one straight highway in towards El Pozo. Might run into a couple of teams who is going to be looking to try and traverse the ruins, maybe La Primera as well. Hopefully, they are going to be A-okay. Esport Social going to be jumping down south here. Rivalry going to be taking from the Partona Priest's vicinity. Seems like we do have a couple of drop changes here, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely going to be a few changes because this flight path is leaning extremely towards the southern half of the map. The southwestern quadrant in particular is going to be extremely cluttered up, but let's see how things turn out. I think one team that's going to like this flight path, it is going to be Phoenix Esports, because they are not going to get contested by Team Alpha, who are choosing to go towards the eastern side of the map. And talking about the eastern side of things, you have GENxFM, 2OP right next to each other, along with Team Alpha, and Los Hermanos taking early control of Los Leones. That southeastern quadrant, it has 4 teams there. And we have a southwestern circle. Wow.
Okay. Let's break it down a little bit here for the teams going to be playing south here. Obviously, for Esport Social, very happy. Early drop rotations. Rivalry, very good, be okay as well. But every single team is going to be pushing out north. Is going to have a very, very rough entry point. Just because there is no direct highway that traverses them into the middle as well. So they have to play it out open here. But on screen now, GENxFM having a little bit of a interaction here between them as well as Eve X2OP official. INF God was picked up out in open and is going to be completely denied of any points here. Shady a little bit far off as well.
Yeah, middle of nowhere, drop clash between the two sides, and GENxFM, they are going to be the ones coming out on top in this one. But what is the reaction from 2OP going to be like? That is what I'm interested in. There's a little bit of a spread between the players of 2OP official. So they can't really punish GENxFM for being cluttered up in a single building. They just completely move away. The problem is, though, Team Alpha are not too far away, and as far as the performances on Miramar are considered, Team Alpha is a team that likes to fight early. Well, although they have taken control of Impala, so I believe they're going to stick around that eastern edge.
Yeah, they have to play a little bit slow as well. We've had this interaction for Team Alpha, at least for Impala itself, but Phoenix Esports now going towards El Pozo, very, very safe run for them. But the question here is, how do they push through the zone itself? Because White Walkers is in Monte Nuevo, we do have Gravity inside Sumacera, Shadow Blitz is also going to be south side of Picado, and those are like major cities that you have to traverse in towards this particular, I would say hilly zone, just because there's not a lot of good roads to work with.
Yeah, not a lot of options to rotate.
Yeah.
Via the roads. I think unless if you have buggies all across the board for all of your players, then maybe things become a little bit easier because you can use those hills to travel through. decent cover to scout out terrain around you as well. But that's not going to be the case for everyone. Shadow Blitz on our screens right now. Close to the center of the circle. The only point of concern for them is going to be Gravity Esports, because if Shadow Blitz like to move off center, one viable option for them is going to be Chumasera, and that is exactly where the players of Gravity Esports are going to be. But Mortis, I don't think Mortis and Shadow Blitz care about moving out. They have a decent compound under their control, decent spread between the four players. And of course, the momentum that they've managed to build up since yesterday has kept them inside of the top 7. That win on that Miramar before this one also gives them a little bit of a morale boost. But on our screens right now is Esport Social. I have to say, this is my wildcard team in this group, to be honest. We were expecting White Walkers to put up some interesting performances, but I did not expect Esport Social to be sitting in the top 5 right now.
Actually, I kind of agree with you as well, because based on this point standings, there's currently 77 points.
Yeah.
They got themselves 33 points in total yesterday itself. So today's performance is one of the biggest improvements coming from Esport Social. But again, this is only them playing 5 matches here. So if they have another big game in this game, this is going to be one of the biggest comebacks here, at least for day 2 itself for Esport Social.
Definitely, and all across the board, these players have made sure that everyone knows why they are here. Wanted, Chris OP, Fragger, Kalyug, all of them performing incredibly well. As you mentioned, a massive improvement from what we saw yesterday. But if they actually end up finishing top 3 in this game, that gives them a nice little safety cushion for whenever they return next. 77-86. That's a 9-point difference between them and where the players of Rivalry Esports are.
I think now one of the biggest surprise for me is going to be 2OP Official, because at the start of the day, they only had 36 points and they were in the 7th position. But now they're 61 points. They are almost mirroring their points from yesterday, but they're immediately kicked down into 10th place. So that's kind of somewhat of a consistent C coming from them, but they definitely need to step up big time.
Yeah, I mean, day 2 is day of comeback, so a lot of teams from the second half of the leaderboard actually bouncing back today, including the likes of GENxFM, who've kind of maintained their average in a nice manner, or again, focusing on all of the finishes that they can grab. Rivalry Esports had a very impressive comeback earlier on in the day. The chicken dinner they were able to secure. BotArmyEsports took a nice leap. They were in the bottom 4 right now, sitting on that 8th position, all thanks to those Erangel performances back-to-back. Yeah, talking about Rivalry, we do have them on our screens. They were playing from that prison island. It makes their life a little bit more difficult, because when they decide to cross, they're going to have to be careful about the team sitting on the other side of the water body. And already their path is being blocked by the side of 2OP.
Hopefully it's going to be a little bit better, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
That, Rivalry does have a massive performance today as well. I like that you actually brought up a Rivalry, because I thought Esport Social has the biggest comeback, but personally, I think Rivalry is currently the ones with the biggest comeback so far, because yesterday they only got themselves 31 points, and right now they're on 86 points, almost close towards the top 2 as well.
Yeah.
So one more performance coming from Rivalry, they should be able to push up.
And I think with the kind of momentum they've built up for themselves, it should not be too difficult, but let's see. Gravity Esports. I think a few shots were taken, maybe spotted out by Meta NINZA. Talking about comebacks, I think Meta NINZA have kind of moved in the opposite direction. I thought Meta NINZA was going to do well today.
Yeah, me too.
But they've kind of taken a tumble.
I really thought Meta NINZA was going to be able to get good rotations here, because yesterday they went for a 1-1-1-1 rotation strategy. And then earlier today, they were playing vehicle warfare, a little bit of dogfighting here and there. But it just didn't work out. It's like they're just getting picked from angles that just you don't expect people to shoot from multiple times.
Look at that cluster forming around Gravity Esports. We spoke about Meta NINZA. We know Shadow Blitz is present in the nearby vicinity as well. But surprising entry, Esport Social closing in towards the southwest of the players of Gravity Esports. The moment a fight begins, I believe stage 2, stage 3, it's going to get extremely chaotic. Well, Meta NINZA find themselves a decent spot to work with.
Arguably, on paper, Meta NINZA is a very strong lineup. So I'm very surprised that things are not looking good for them.
Oh, but look at this. Team Insane versus Likitha Esports. And it's going to be Likitha Esports who kick things off in a brilliant manner. The opening knock secured, and Team Insane, NINZA OP already finished off. Neo, he's going to try and see if he can find a trade with a nade, but it's not really working out for the side of Team Insane as of now. Finally, a lone boy knocked out. 3 versus 2. A little bit of a better situation. Clutcher secures that finish, but a lot of commotion being made by the players of Team Insane. Again with the nade, he's going to hope for the second. The Molotov falls a bit short outside the window, and Clutcher stays alive for a few more seconds. Oh, but Neo, he sees the man run out, does not react in time, and Sukuna does manage to secure a knock. That's the last man, and there it is. 3 finishes for Sukuna, 1 for a lone boy before he went out, and Team Insane wiped out in a matter of seconds.
Okay, from our perspective, you know what, Sukuna, it feels like everyone from Team Insane just walked into his crosshair, just got completely pummeled.
Pretty much.
Now, speaking of which here, seems like EVX2 will be official. Ooh, Shady, he almost got the connection as well. He had the upper hand, but just could not find those knocks. The UMP is not going to be great, but the counter nade from Kairos, wow. What an 8.
Yeah, that was impressive. Auckland taking a lot of damage upon himself, barely surviving, but the return from Rivalry Esports, impressive as always. 2 OP, they have to be cautious about this approach. They are the ones struggling. Rivalry over here have nothing to lose in this fight. Kairos still waiting. They're tracking Utkarsh. They're trying to see if they catch him overextending, and well, he's out of utility now.
Has to be very patient as well, but Utkarsh, he has his car on top of the roof. Well, yeah, sure. But he needs an exit strategy right now. And it seems like we are going to be seeing a couple of nades as well. Being tossed over, C4. But no connection so far. Rivalry, they've got the full reset through. TOP official, they've lost INF God. But again, TOP official, they just can't continue pushing forward. Like, Bonfire is not marking Shady at all. Shady is there to stall for his team. But he needs to get out.
Look at Auckland though in the back.
Oh. Perfect timing, but unfortunately, Kairos spots out Utkarsh, takes him out. That's the exit strategy completely out of the equation here. Bonfire runs in the different direction, and Shady even runs away as well. Arklin finds Bonfire as well. Oh, not a great run there.
Yeah.
Coming in from EVX to OP.
Yeah, 2 OP official are done for. And as soon as this IGL started to move up the hill, I think that was the point where 2 OP should have panicked. I don't think they saw him move up the hill though. It was just Rivalry punishing 2 OP for just a very, very awkward exit strategy. And Auckland, I think the main plan was to go to the top of the hill and then use that high ground to build up pressure from the flank. But 2 OP official, they just end up giving their finishes to the hands of Rivalry.
It's a little bit sad. It's a little bit sad, right?
It is.
Now with Shady being last player left, with the circle also going to be shifting onto his Chubasera, he does have a lot of cover to take with as well. But fortunately for him, there is a lot of spots where you can kind of rat your way in. GENxFM going to be coming in as well. If Shady is able to drive past GENxFM and Rivalry, he should be able to survive this. But if they are looking for finishers, or if they are looking to get a little bit hungry this time, they might be able to go on the hunt.
Let's see though, GENxFM. I would love to see a fight between GENxFM and Rivalry Esports. Because GENxFM, yeah, 67 points might not look impressive, but this team is all about those finishes. And they have spotted out the players of Rivalry Esports. iShot getting shot at by Ghost, somehow does manage to survive. And Rivalry Esports are kind of split up from each other. This can work out in the favor of GENxFM right now.
They have to push this right now, GENxFM. Like, if you really, really want to take a fight, it has to be now. But it seems like they are going to back off, expecting that, you know, maybe Rivalry runs in towards a different team, and then they are hoping to get third party in that situation. So looks like they are going to swing a little bit of detour here to swing outside the zone once more. Mysterious4 also with BotArmyEsports is going to be playing from the eastern side of this circle, and they're currently on the east side right now. Very tricky spot to play with, but BotArmyEsports, they do have a decent amount of compounds to work with. Not the greatest in terms of elevation, just because the mountain turrets are a little bit off limits for them. But Rivalry, they scout out GENxFM. Nice swing there coming from GENxFM to take a little bit of pit stop. But Rivalry looks like they are getting hit from a different angle as well. And Esport Socials takes jabs in. But the problem is, does GENxFM realize that Rivalry has just lost one of the players? Yep, seems like they do.
Yeah, I think they've been tracking the player count of Rivalry Esports for a while now, and kudos to Esport Social, by the way. That opening they found, they might just make their life a whole lot easier. They might not have to deal with two teams at the same time. Another player from the side of Rivalry Esports picked off by GENxFM this time. That's just going to leave two. And look at that zone. Los Hermanos towards the southeastern edge of the circle, close to the players of Evolution MIZORAM. And you were talking about BotArmyEsports. Well, they were stuck towards that northeastern region and now are going to be in a world of pain. So many gatekeepers to deal with. Same goes for Los Hermanos, because Evolution MIZORAM rotate towards the edge of the circle first. But if you are Esport Social in this game of Miramar right now, you're celebrating. Smack center, top of the mountain, no one there to challenge them at all.
Yeah. And speaking of that, Meta NINZA again having a decent amount of control up north here. Needs to kick a couple shots in, but Los Hermanos right now, backs against the wall, they have to push in. Like you said, Evolution MIZORAM is going to be the ones that is going to be focusing on them. Well, we are going to be jumping in as well, as BotArmyEsports finally, again from the northeast side, has to push inside the zone. Mysterious4 marking them in the entry point here. There's just so many gatekeepers right now. Very awkward spot to be in here, Johnny.
Yeah, it's extremely awkward. It's out into the open. You're looking at the clock. Blue zone moving in. You have about 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and you know that you're going to have to deal with Mysterious4. Player down. Not really aware of whether these hills surround you have eyes and guns as well pointed in your direction. Just waiting to take you out, but on the other side of things, Los Hermanos still trying to see if they can take on the players of Evolution MIZORAM, and with that nade being lobbed the way it was, I believe they don't have any information as to where the players are exactly.
Speaking of which, Shadow Blitz getting scouted out here as Likitha Esports engages against them. A couple of return fire comes in, randomly drop down pretty low. But Nanu is pretty much last player left. Well, not really last player, pretty much out in the open here. Likitha Esports looking and trying to secure those finishes as they push up, thinking maybe they can actually challenge them. But right now, both these two teams, Shadow Blitz and Likitha Esports, they are not exactly inside the zone. They have to push out right now, or in this case, push in.
I think Likitha Esports might have already done that. They switched sides with the players of Shadow Blitz and now are going to be on the cliff side of that church. Waiting for Shadow Blitz to come out, get exposed so they can finish them off. But BotArmyEsports, well, not really the best performance we have seen. Again, losing players. Los Hermanos still stuck at a standstill with the players of Evolution MIZORAM. But Shogun, brilliant positional play coming through. Gets his team inside the edge of the zone. And Evolution MIZORAM now under a lot of pressure, as they are looking to revive their fallen comrade. But Dope, he's close in the distance. This could be trouble. Once Oxygen gets finished off, they lose info towards their left. And that is going to give a lot of map control to the players of Los Hermanos. Look at that, the nade being cooked. And Orion being dropped extremely low. Oh, that is so lucky for Evolution MIZORAM. Did you see where the nade made contact on that tree?
Well, it bounced off of the tree on the leaves, I believe. It's just such an awkward spot to be with.
Yeah.
Very, very awkward for him. But Los Hermanos, they were able to get a couple points in, so that's going to be huge. Meanwhile, as the rest of the world, zone is about closing in here. Likitha Esports, they continue on the gatekeeps here. Shadow Blitz, like you said, has to push out. Immediately gets swung through, and they get completely eliminated in this fight. Likitha Esports coming out ahead, but they're not exactly safe. Meanwhile, on the west side of this map, Phoenix Esports having a little bit of altercation here with White Walkers. Vegito looking to push forward here. Oh. Wasn't expecting an S12K in your face. Smoker takes him out. Aditya knows he's exactly there. but an off-angle shot from afar stops Aditya from pushing it with him with his teammate. Also chooses to back off instead. Phoenix, they somehow hold on. They will be able to get the reset there.
Yeah, but talking about White Walkers, I have to say, not really the performance we were expecting. 12 games in, and they are still stuck in the mid-40s. Based on this lineup, I was expecting, or at least hoping, to see them in the top 8 by this point, but things aren't really working out for White Walkers. Aditya is the last survivor, gets himself a little bit of cover position, but I believe he has been spotted out. Esport Social on the other side. They do manage to hold on to this hilltop, but GENxFM are closing in from the left, and right behind them is going to be the player from Rivalry Esports, iShot. Fraggot, he needs to be cautious about how he approaches this situation, because if he goes down, I think it might cause a little bit of panic for the players of Esport Social Rivalry. Ayush OG knocked out. So they're going to be down to their last player.
Well, speaking of which, 2OP official. I'm surprised Shady, he was the last player for the longest of time. And guess what? He's been surviving here. He does have an off angle to pick with. But look at this. Seems like we do have a wipeout here. Coming in from TA. As Evolution MIZORAM picks apart Team Alpha. As they drive by, gets completely shredded into pieces. And while all these cut shots are coming in, Los Hermanos is looking to chime in themselves. Evolution MIZORAM, only 2 players left. But Los Hermanos, they're taking a different fight as well on the other side. As BotArmyEsports also getting eliminated here. Same can be said for Team Alpha, next to fall. As every single team trying to push in slowly gets whittled down.
Oh, look at that, 2OP also eliminated from the game. Surprise, surprise. But moving forward, I think the next team might just be the side of Mysterious4, as they find themselves in the crosshairs of Evolution MIZORAM and Los Hermanos with that high ground, causing a lot of trouble. Mysterious4 barely inching inside of the play zone. Not a lot of options available. And Evolution MIZORAM, who are down to 2 players, also have to be cautious about their approach. Because if they overextend, then they are going to be the ones getting shot at by Los Hermanos. And, well, at that point, Evolution MIZORAM just don't survive. They will get naded by Mysterious4. Naded out of existence. But the next shift of the circle could decide the fate of all of these teams. Phoenix Esports and NINZA prime positions for the win. GENxFM as well, only and only if they can take out Esport Social on this hilltop. iShot trying his level best to cause some panic for Esport Social. And well, while they prioritize their safety and move towards the center of the circle, iShot might have just dug his own grave, because I don't think he has anywhere left to go anymore.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough spot to work with. But seeing how this is happening as well, Esport Social, they were able to rotate him into the zone as well. This time they do have angles on Los Hermanos, and Los Hermanos, they will have backs against the walls, as the circle is going to force them inside the zone now. Esport Social, this Mini 4 team, Chris AOP, going to be scouting things out. We does see a couple of stragglers out in the open here. Meta NINZA now forced to panic their way through, because they all have to push in towards Esport Social. And Chris is currently pretty close to the center of this next phase zone. So he does have information on Los Hermanos. He has information of Meta NINZA, and is denying those vehicles themselves here, as Chris tries to take a couple shots on towards those tires. Unfortunately, those angles, not exactly easy. Very tricky spot to be in.
It is a very tricky spot to be in. Can't fight back, can't push forward, but let's see. I mean, if I'm Meta NINZA right now, I'm just taking account of how many smokes we have left, because if you are going to make that run, you are going to need a lot of soft cover. Esport Social, they got to be cautious. GENxFM, they're still moving in that direction. Did they do something to GENxFM? GENxFM has been chasing Esport Social for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're just waiting for an opportunity, right?
Yeah. They're just after this one team.
Yeah. I think they were hunting for rivalry, but oh, hold that thought for now. Los Hermanos takes a jab on Evolution in MIZORAM. They do get a couple knocks in. That's going to be one confirmation finish. And DioBot, pretty much the last player left. He's going to be cooking a nade. Unfortunately, he gets scouted out, and Shogun, he's going to continue on with the push. The nades are there, flushes him out, tags him out really bad. He's scrambling for survival, but there's a firing squad being sent here by Los Hermanos. No way out for Evolution MIZORAM.
Yeah, it was a 1v4 situation with all of those players just charging face first in his direction. Wasn't really a lot he could do over there, but Los Hermanos, 7 eliminations secured from this game. Impressive run, and Phoenix Esports, my oh my. I think the last time I saw in their direction, all 4 players were there, but now only Viper remains. On the other side of things, Mysterious4 somehow do manage to hold their ground. 3 players left. Fragger moves out into the open with Meta NINZA right next to him. I wonder if they spotted him out. Now they definitely know where he is. Still no shots taken though.
Has to play slow though. But speaking of shots here, Mysterious4, they're looking for the push. Meta NINZA, they are in a position to try and challenge this, but it seems like they are going to back off instead, as they want to make way for the zone here. The zone just shift. White Tiger is already inside. Shadow is also inside as well, and their 1-1-1 strategy is still being played, but it's paying off right now because every single time the zone closes in, they're in a position to rotate in.
And I love the fact that they are rotating one by one, as you mentioned, because it gives them a lot of room to adapt in case one of the players gets knocked out. The other 3 are going to be in a split formation, can provide cover, can look to go for revives. But hey, finally it begins. GENxFM versus Esport Social. The last man from Rivalry Esports also gets picked off, but Mysterious4 put under pressure by Los Hermanos, and Zyrex kicks things off in a brilliant manner. The opening knock found by Los Hermanos. They are on fire in this map of Miramar. Another player from the side of Mysterious4 falling. And I think that just might be the end. Fragger, he's the last man alive. Can't really do much from where he is on the map.
Los Hermanos, such a strong team. We've seen it happen all year, last year as well. Dominating all the early stages. Just couldn't close out the game. Mysterious4 also getting a gun down as well, as Los Hermanos takes him out. Phoenix next to fall there, as Meta NINZA takes a couple jabs in, and finally we saw a moment where we are currently in the top 4. Meta NINZA, Esport Social, GENxFM, and also Los Hermanos looking to try and take the chicken dinner as of yet.
Oh, but I think this is going to be it right before this match. In fact, as the game began, we were talking about Meta NINZA and, well, the lack of performance that we've seen from them. Well, that can change in this game. 7 eliminations to their name, all 4 players alive, and a decent position to work with as they pull the trigger and charge forward towards Esport Social, who are kind of distracted by Los Hermanos on the low ground. This is the opportunity for Meta NINZA to strike big, secure a chicken dinner, and secure a spot inside of the top 8 as the first half of their journey in the grind is going to come to an end with this game of Miramar. Shadow 7, my apologies, has a nade in his hand but decides against it. Needs a better angle, I believe.
Needs to be very patient about this plays here. Meta NINZA, they do have a little bit of inch here in terms of being prioritized inside the zone, while Esport Social, they're not exactly in zone yet. And Los Hermanos continuing with the pressure as well. GENxFM caught in the crosshairs from Zyrex here, as Zyrex looking to try to get a very, very easy angles on towards Esport Social and also GENxFM, as Los Hermanos slowly creeps in forward as well. Dope also trying to get a jump onto his Meta NINZA. Seems like Los Hermanos is very greedy with this space right now.
They are indeed. Do not want to let anyone move towards the center of the map. I think it is the slope of the hill where they are planning to secure the endgame fight, but the only problem is that the numbers advantage works out in the favor of every other team apart from Los Hermanos. Well, they are in the top 3, so they are not going to beat themselves up too much about not getting the chicken dinner in this game, but Meta NINZA might just do that, because Meta NINZA desperately need a win, even if it's in the last game today itself. And there you have it. Zarek spotted out. The spray from Apollo was quite decent. Dishes out a lot of damage onto Zarek, but not enough to secure the knock.
Meta NINZA still very patiently waiting for Esport Social to go up, but Los Hermanos has finally set up as well. Dope already in position for center control, knowing that either or Meta NINZA or Esport Social has to push out in the open. And all Los Hermanos needs to do is just wait for them to engage. And now Wanton makes the jump in. Zone chips him a bit. But with Zone reaching the final stages here, with 5 seconds remaining, it is going to close in. Shadow has 3 Molotovs to completely box them all out, cutting off their exit points here. And with the Zone creeping in, Esport Social, they have to be quick. Nade's counter nades comes in, and it is going to be a slam dunk here. Perfect nades from Chris.
Well, the nade was perfect, and Meta NINZA, Shadow 7 knocked out. Fierce needs to be cautious, but Los Hermanos, the distraction is there in the backlines. 1 knock is secured. There goes the second. Kaliuk doing a brilliant job keeping Los Hermanos in check. The chicken dinner is not going in their hands anymore. And as Kaliuk charges forward, so does Apollo from the other side of the hill. Los Hermanos, they might just get eliminated over here, and well, the players are getting cleaned up. Dope, the last man surviving, gets pushed up. The shotgun gets the job done. Kaliuk secures his 4th finish in the game. 9 eliminations on the board for Esport Social. And Meta NINZA also are left bleeding as even Fierce gets knocked out. Down to their last 2 players. And information is compromised. Their position given away. White Tiger, last man, not alive for long. And Esport Social, the king of the hill from the start of the game till the very end, do end up getting themselves a nice and a very tasty chicken dinner.
How in the world did Esport Social came up on top? They were pinned by 2 teams.
Yeah.
They could not challenge Meta NINZA. It started off with a nade, and the moment that happened, switched their focus and pushed everyone from Los Hermanos. And I thought for a second they would have lost the fight, but Los Hermanos, they weren't expecting a rush like that.
I mean, to be fair, I thought Esport Social would go down to GENxFM like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. And I was very surprised that they just completely flushed Los Hermanos. Like, I want to see how that happened, because Los Hermanos, they had the upper hand. They knew they knew the Esport Social was going to be there. And Shadow 07 also set up a lot of Molotovs to set him up. But that perfect nade, though, from Chris. That was Chris. But let's take a look at the replay here, how it happened.
Oh, so Alto pushed up and then he got knocked out. Xerix. I think Los Hermanos just lost their composure. They lost their patience and they just wanted to end this game as quickly as possible.
You know, it's so nice to see Kaliuchi in action as well.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I think he was in TWM or TWOB, if I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
TWOB.
It was TWOB, right? He was one of the stars watching in towards, especially for last year itself here. And for him to perform like that pixel perfect catch on Alto, wow, that was chef's kiss.
Yeah, it was. And one more thing, I think as we were talking about GENxFM putting up the pressure on Esport Social, so was Meta NINZA towards the end. And I am just surprised Meta NINZA for some reason just held back all that time, because they had cleared the frontline buildings because they were using their utils to just push the players of Esport Social back. That should have allowed them the option of climbing up to the high ground.
I think they tried to reset onto his shadow.
Yeah.
But they couldn't because Los Hermanos had one guy looking onto them as well. So it was a little bit awkward stalemate. Again, I thought it was going to be a pincer attack on the Esport Social, but because again, Meta NINZA and also Los Hermanos were a little bit greedy for finishes from both sides. And because of that, Esport Social just hammered down in one direction.
Yeah, but again, Esport Social was doing well, so they are going to be, I think, in the top 3 now with this chicken dinner, because it was a big one as well. Los Hermanos is going to be sitting on the first position. They had absolutely nothing to lose, especially with Phoenix Esports getting taken out super early in this game as well. The team that needed this chicken dinner the most out of the top 3 was Meta NINZA.
Yeah.
And I think after this, they are going to be kicking themselves in the shins because, well, now they're going to be sitting outside the top 8.
Yeah. It's a little bit unfortunate for them as well, because the fight for top 8 is getting really, really tough.
Yeah.
But what we do know is that Los Hermanos has been so consistent in both days so far, and they are still in the #1 spot, and they're just dominating every single front. Because think about it this way here, these 2 maps, okay, I would say this one is a little bit more strategic map. The previous one was a little bit more chaotic, and Los Hermanos just powered through, like, you know what, through the midst of chaos, brute strength wins all, and they just brute strength their way in towards the #1 spot. Yes, they didn't get a chicken dinner, but they had the most amount of points in the previous Miramar, and even here as well, making the top 3. I think, you know what, Los Hermanos, they're pretty much set right now.
Pretty much, as you said, they are pretty much set. Even if they just completely get 0 points in every single game that are left for them in the grind, which is like 12 matches, I think they're still going to be top 8. Do you think so? What was the average last time?
okay, so initially for the top 8, I made a prediction early in the morning here. Was 81 to 110 points.
At the end of
somewhere
the
around
last match,
but that
right?
was based off 16 matches. So
All
this
right.
is 24 matches. So it's approximately about 120 to 140, 38 points, somewhere around there.
I think they are going to be over 130 already.
With this performance,
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. They're pretty much qualified top 8 at least, I would say.
Yeah.
But again, you know, I don't want to spoil things here because it happened to one particular team that we thought they were qualified
1 point.
and got kicked out with 1 point, and it was 97 points. And specifically here was Rivalry Esports. I brought it up against Salty, and it was like, wow.
Yeah, every single time he's here, I think you should do that.
Why?
Why not?
Okay, fair enough. hey, for all things considered as well, I felt sad too. It was like, I thought they were qualified, and then, you know, just you already in 91 points, 92 points in, like, you know, there was like 6 more games to get. You know, all you need to do is just like 2 games per match, and then just things just took a tumble. It was just very, very unfortunate.
It was unfortunate. I think that is but for me personally, that's the most exciting thing of a tournament like BGIS, that the competition is so tight that it is very difficult to predict what the exact cutoff is going to be like. Like, let's suppose the next 12 matches, there's an absolute vacuum by Hermanos and Phoenix Esports, and the cutoff is like 70 with the top 2 teams sitting at like 200.
Fair enough. It could happen. It's happened before, last year in particular. But let's talk about the top players for today as well here. Chris was the one that had the highest amount of finish here, coming from Esport Social. We have Sukuna with Likitha Esports as well, being part of the equation for multiple times. We have Fierce for Meta NINZA as well, who's also had a massive performance in this game itself. But Kalioji also stepping up big time in that final moments here, opening up the map for them, denying Los Hermanos that opportunity to secure the chicken dinner. And Esport Social with the chicken dinner, 30 finishes, gives himself 23 points.
Yeah, an impressive performance coming through. Los Hermanos there with 15. Meta NINZA there with just 13 points. GENxFM also, I think, have had an interesting day so far. It's an on-again, off-again sort of a situation with their performance. 8 points in this game. I expected, with the level of aggression GENxFM was playing with, I expected them to actually do well and probably secure the chicken dinner as well. All they had to do was take out Esport Social, but that didn't happen. On the other side of things, Rivalry Esports, they were in the top 3 before this match began. I think they are going to end their day in the top 5. A little bit of a letdown from Shadow Blitz, White Walkers, and of course Evolution MIZORAM though.
Now, let's talk about the overall standings as well. Los Hermanos and Phoenix still top 2, but Esport Social climbs up into the number 3 spot here. One of the biggest comebacks thus far for day number 2 itself. And I believe it was, they had 33 points and now they have 100 points here. So that means they've gotten themselves 67 points in this day itself in total.
Pretty much, and it is going to be interesting to see how the next half of their journey turns out once they eventually return after 2 days, because next 2 days are going to be all about Group C. On the other side of things, Meta NINZA, surprise, surprise, alright, my maths is pretty bad, but theirs is alright, because they finished the day on the 7th position with 70 points to their name. Right behind them on the 8th is going to be Likitha Esports, followed up by Shadow Blitz. I think Shadow Blitz is going to be upset with their run today. At one point, they were sitting in the top 8, but now they have been kicked out. In fact, they started the day on the 4th spot. So, yeah, not really the way you would want to move in a tournament like this.
Yeah, but it's not really over yet here. They do have chicken dinners. They do have 2 chicken dinners coming for BotArmyEsports as well. So that is going to be teams that you have to watch out for. But for now, we are going to be taking a pause here for, in particular, for Group D itself. So they are going to be back here in 2 more days' time. At least 3 days on the 3rd day itself as well. Not day 3 tomorrow. Tomorrow it is going to be week 2, day 1 itself.
They'll be back Wednesday.
Okay, fair enough. Nice, good call. But for tomorrow's teams, we are going to be having a little bit of shuffle here. We're finally going to see Group C take on the stage itself here. And this is going to be Group C on the screen.
And hey, since you were talking about Revenant Xbox, they're going to be playing tomorrow along with Team Versatile, FS, Troy the Million Medal, Vasista Esports, Learn from Pras, Rivalry Esports, Aura, 4WDOD, that's their full name, Jux Esports, Osho is going to be there, Eggy, Altitude, G4R, and Glitz Reborn. Alright, Group C, I think it is going to be more intense because, of course, the teams have a little bit more intense incentive to perform. You do well in Group C. If you are in the top 8, you move to round 3. If you are in the bottom 8, you go to round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be unfortunate as well because the bottom 8 from Group C is going to be facing off against the top 8 from Group D itself here. So things are going to get a little bit spicier, but seeing how Group C is as well, the lobby looks kind of stacked in my opinion
stacked.
too. It is pretty stacked here.
Hey man, Revan and Xbox, they have Punk now.
Here we go again. That's going to be an extra spicy sauce as well. Like,
I think that's how we start the games tomorrow.
see, are we going to get punked? Do you want Punk in this team or no?
I mean,
that was the hottest topic last year.
It was, and I think tomorrow we get to see what happens exactly with this new roster. Because, like, it was a roster that came together out of nowhere. They had to let go of their star players, man.
Yeah.
The team that won 2 back-to-back officials for this banner just went their separate ways.
Yeah, just completely lost out in last year's entire 2 officials in particular as well.
Yeah.
It was BGIS and BMPS at the same time. It was just a complete letdown, which, again, 2 back-to-back official winners, and then out of nowhere just went from zero to hero, and then hero to nothing.
Hero to 0 back again.
Yeah,
it was
weird.
just a complete circle.
Did not expect that though, to be honest.
No one expected that. I think that was the biggest surprise of 2025. But apart from that, I think it was an impressive run for Punk, what he was able to accomplish with Godlike last year. But let's see what he can do with Revan and X-Pac now.
Yeah, you know, after BGIS second place here, one of the potential comebacks coming from Godlike last year as well here, if you stream Godlike, and then things did not really go well. There was a lot of speculations here, and obviously with Punk and Sim kind of split off as well.
Yeah.
I want to see how that happens as well, when it happens.
Me too. And guess what? It happens tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Our show for the day does come to an end, but make sure you guys tune in. It is going to be Group C with their matches. Until then, take care. Good night. Bye-bye.